Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants. Welcome to the Education Summit 2024. We are delighted to have you all here today. My name is Leon, one of the co-founder at the Lyndon Ball Foundation, an alumni of Imperial College, and your MC for the first half of this event. Before we dive into our agenda, it is my honor to introduce Ms. Sandy Lau, the founder and chairlady of the Lyndon Ball Foundation, the winner of 10 Outstanding Young Person Selection 2023, Miss Hong Kong winner, and philanthropist. Please join me in welcoming Miss Lau, who will be delivering our welcoming remarks.
Thank you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on behalf of Lyndon Ball Foundation, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the Education Summit 2024. This gathering is a testament to our commitment to shaping the future of education and empowering our students to become tomorrow's leaders. It is through education that we equip individuals with the knowledge, skills, and values they need to navigate the complexities of the modern world. As we gather today, we recognize the critical role that education plays in shaping societies, driving economic growth, and fostering global collaboration. This summit serves as a platform for exchanging ideas, best practices, and innovative solutions. We have gathered here some of the most brilliant minds, educators, policymakers, and industry leaders who are dedicated to transforming education and setting new standards of excellence. As we embrace the opportunities and challenges of the digital age, it is essential that we adapt our educational systems accordingly. Technology has advanced the way we learn and communicate with the world. However, it also presents us with new dilemmas such as digital divide and the need for digital literacy. Furthermore, as we navigate through this rapidly changing world, we must equip our students with the skills they need to succeed in the 21st century. Critical thinking, problem solving, creativity are just a few of the skills that are already in high demand. We must also foster a love for lifelong learning and instill our students a sense of curiosity and resilience. So I'm very excited, truly excited, and looking forward to gain insights from all the experts today. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our keynote speakers, Mr. Jeff Z, Mr. Brian Davidson, Professor Anthony Smith, who flies all the way from the UK, and also Mr. Victor Chu. Thank you so much. Also panelists, Professor Stefano and Susanna from British Council, thank you. Moderators, and particularly thank you to our venue sponsor, Chinese University of Hong Kong. Thank you, Reese. Thank you for supporting us with such a beautiful venue, very big venue, and throughout our initiatives. Thank you to our sponsors, supporting organizations, volunteers, and staff. In today's program, we will have over 30 schools. Promise me there will be 30 schools coming this afternoon. And over 600 guests registered during the full-day program, including VIPs, world-class university alumni, principals, educators, and students to join us. We give students the chance to take part as our youth voice to participate in our panels. They will raise questions this afternoon, and hopefully later on, with you also. There will be a kick-off ceremony for Lyndon Ball Foundation, My Dream program. It's a program to help early secondary school students to plan their future career and achieve their dreams through designated assignment with prize awards, mentorship, and networking opportunities. We will have winners of the program presenting to our audience this afternoon, and we plan to extend this meaningful program to over 50 schools benefiting over 10,000 early secondary school students with the fund raised in a 2-day event that we host. Very glad to receive overwhelming interest for this program. Tomorrow evening, we'll be hosting Lyndon Ball, the largest joint London University event for charitable cause at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, presenting the Outstanding Alumni Awards. London Ball Foundation initiatives are supported by a large supporter base, and having a great team is crucial. I want to thank our co-founders, Ivan, and my working partner throughout the past year, and co-founder Leon and Derek, who is fresh as an MC, but thank you, Sun Fu Sai, and Margaret, and big thank you to our committee, Benjamin, for guiding throughout the planning, and our subcommittee, thank you, Sasha, Kelly, and Jean, for all of us have made this education summit a success. Lastly, London Ball Foundation supports the UK London University's alumni community in Hong Kong, as well as to encourage educated alumni to contribute to our beautiful city upon their return from their study. Although our foundation officially established 2 years ago, our collective knowledge and experience, our dedication and commitment to education and philanthropy, I hope, can inspire and continue to gain the support from all of you. Dream high, aim high. When there's a way, when there's a will, there's a way. I truly believe that. Let today's event be the bridge to embark on a meaningful journey together towards a brighter, more prosperous future for our next generation. Thank you all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sandy Lau. Without her, none of this would have been possible. Now our keynote speakers will now take turn to share their expertise and perspectives on the future of education. First, we have Mr. Si Chun-Fai Jeff, JP, the Undersecretary for Education and Education Bureau. Today, we have the privilege to hear Mr. Si share his profound insights on the future of education. Let's please give a warm round of welcome to Mr. Jeff Si.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very delighted to join you all today at the London Ball Foundation Education Summit, which presents an opportunity for us to exchange ideas on the future development of higher education, especially on our vision of developing Hong Kong into an education hub internationally. This summit provides a valuable opportunity to explore the vast potential for collaboration in higher education between Hong Kong and the rest of the world. Education is one of the top priorities in the National Master Plan, the bedrock of people's well-being and happiness, and the cornerstone of the long-term stability and prosperity of the nation. The Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government attaches great importance to education. In the 2023-24 financial year, the estimated total recurrent expenditure on education amounts to 104 billion Hong Kong dollars. Building on the strengths of Hong Kong's higher education sector, the Chief Executive of Hong Kong SAR announced in his 2023 policy address a comprehensive blueprint to develop Hong Kong into an international education hub. Notable measures include doubling the enrollment ceiling for non-local students in our UGC-funded TOTS programs from 20% to 40%, and expanding the annual quota of Belt and Road scholarships by 50%. The UGC is committed to promoting a multicultural and inclusive international learning environment, and it will inject an additional $100 million into its funding scheme for mainland and global engagement and student learning experience to encourage our universities to offer more exchange and learning opportunities outside Hong Kong. Looking ahead, the government is proactively taking forward the development of Northern Metropolis University Town in Hong Kong, where universities are encouraged to strengthen collaboration with renowned overseas and mainland universities and achieve greater synergy through sharing of resources and complementary developments with industry within the region. I'm confident that you will agree with me that this is an ambitious visionary yet achievable targets of great significance to Hong Kong's future. In the past decade, Hong Kong has made significant strides in our journey to become a regional education hub. With sustained government support, we are proud to be the only city with 5 universities among the world's top 100, showcasing our commitments to academic excellence and global success. Our business administration programs, for example, have earned a reputation among the best of the world. The Research Assessment Exercise 2020 has validated our research capabilities, with around 25% of research projects considered world-leading and 45% deemed internationally excellent. Our research has brought a positive impact on communities in Hong Kong and beyond. So the transition from being regional to international demonstrates our remarkable progress and achievements of our higher education sector in terms of academic achievements and global reputation. We firmly believe in the value of higher education as reflected in the annual budgets of around 21 billion Hong Kong dollars for the 8 UGC-funded universities, and we strive to enhance Hong Kong's status as an international education hub through internationalization and diversification of our higher education sector. As a dynamic and livable city, Hong Kong presents a multitude of opportunities for peoples around the world to explore arts, culture, sports, and nature. It serves as the captivating intersection of East and West, offering students from diverse cultural backgrounds a familiar but enchanting experience across different facets of life. Whether you are seeking comfortable lifestyle or a taste of local culture, Hong Kong is always ready to satisfy your expectations. Hong Kong's higher education sector is truly internationalized. Our cosmopolitan culture, blending Eastern and Western cultures, makes the city unique and incredibly attractive to international students. We are most pleased to say that 1 out of 5 of our students come from outside Hong Kong, and the proportion is even higher for academic staff, with almost 2/3 from elsewhere. Furthermore, the 8 UGC-funded universities alone have entered into some 2,600 agreements for student exchanges with institutions around the world, and we are actively seeking opportunities to enhance global connectivity. To this end, we look forward to more collaboration with UK universities and US universities as well. By the way, I'm very pleased that my alma mater in Stanford is also a partner of today's Education Summit. Pursuing higher education in Hong Kong not only equips students with knowledge and skills, but also instills a desire to consider Hong Kong their home for pursuing their dreams. Surveys indicate that some 60% of our international undergraduate students choose to pursue full-time employment in Hong Kong after their graduation. Hong Kong's appeal extends beyond academic excellence. As a special administrative region of China under one country, two systems, institutional autonomy and academic freedom are enshrined in the Basic Law. Hong Kong stands as the only place where global and China advantages come together in one single city. Our strategic location in the heart of Asia positions us as an exceptional learning environment, preparing overseas students to tackle fast-changing global challenges, particularly for those interested in tapping into the enormous opportunities available in the Greater China. Moreover, as a member of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, we enjoy strong connections with a population of over 86 million, creating a network of mega cities and exciting developments. In conclusion, All these factors combine to make Hong Kong a vibrant city that offers vast opportunities for realizing personal aspirations. We are committed to attracting talents, promoting diversity and internationalization in our higher education sector, and providing opportunities for students worldwide to succeed in their academic pursuits. Hong Kong is well positioned and is ready to attract top talents and contribute to the international knowledge economy. I look forward to working closely with you all to further enhancing our educational ties. Thank you very much to the London Ball Foundation, particularly Sandy, for having me here today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. See, for that inspiring keynote speech. It is my pleasure to then introduce our next keynote speaker, Mr. Brian Davidson, CMG. Mr. Davidson currently serves as the British Consul General to Hong Kong and non-resident Consul General to Macau. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Brian Davidson.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandy, for the invite. You talked about the best and the brightest minds talking today. I'm not one of those, but thank you anyway for having me. And I think the brightest minds are sitting over there, and we'll talk later on the panels. But ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is a real pleasure to be here this morning, and thank you for allowing me to join you in kicking off today's Education Summit, bringing together leaders from education industry, from the UK and Hong Kong and beyond, to explore the latest trends, developments, and advancements in global education. And a particular welcome to those many present today who are alumni of British universities. Hong Kong's affinity for British education is deeply rooted in history, a relationship which has evolved significantly over time. Hong Kong has had a long history of sending its youth back to the United Kingdom, dating back to the mid-19th century. I'm happy to say that the relationship between Hong Kong and the UK higher education sectors has evolved since then, from that historical tradition of educational exchange to a more strategic focus on impactful research collaborations. And I know that there's been a growing focus on enhancing the impact of research, both here and in the UK. But I think that affinity for and attractiveness of the United Kingdom for Hong Kong students remains unchanged. And why is that? Indeed, why does the United Kingdom, similar to Hong Kong, have one of the highest proportions of international students in tertiary education? Again, like Hong Kong, 1 in 5 students in the United Kingdom are international. Well, British universities are known for their world-class research output, attracting top talent and investment, contributing significantly to solving global challenges through multidisciplinary research and providing international leadership in various fields. I could probably have put Hong Kong in there instead of the United Kingdom and said the same thing. British universities offer a wide range of specialized courses, a diversity of an offering that allows students to pursue unique educational paths tailored to their interests and their career goals. And there's often a practical learning balance embedded in the United Kingdom's tertiary education program, a balance between theory and practice, often offering students opportunities for internships, a practical experience with companies either in the United Kingdom or abroad. And of course, we offer the highest in academic standards. These are all, I think, features which contribute to the strength and the reputation of the British higher education system, and also speak of its attractiveness, the attractiveness of a British university experience to Hong Kong students. Because I think the people of Hong Kong have long recognized the transformative power of education in driving progress and prosperity. And this commitment to learning has not only shaped individual lives, but has also been instrumental in propelling Hong Kong to its status as a dynamic global city. And I would venture to say that the city's diversity and cosmopolitan nature owes much to its population educated overseas. There is no doubt that Hong Kong's emphasis on education has fostered a world-class higher education system here, which is now, I am happy to say, still closely intertwined with the United Kingdom's academic landscape. And those partnerships and collaborations between institutions in Hong Kong and the United Kingdom have enriched both sides, nurturing innovation and excellence in the pursuit not just of mutual benefit, but also to address some of the most critical global challenges facing us all. Which brings me to today's summit, with its distinguished lineup of speakers and experts from Britain and Hong Kong and beyond, underscoring the depth of our educational connections. As you go through the sessions today, you will cover many of the most pressing issues confronting us across the globe. The future of higher education, the implications of an aging population, and the evolving role of AI. Your discussions, the collaborations they spawn, and the shared responses they instigate will be vital in helping shape our shared future. Of course, London, with its very prestigious institutions, has long been a beacon for Hong Kong students seeking a quality education. But the allure of studying in the United Kingdom extends beyond London. I can say that myself. And I'm glad to see that recognized in the audience today, but also in the initiatives that institutions like the London Ball Foundation have taken, which now embrace alumni from universities across the whole of the United Kingdom. So finally, could I say a huge thank you to the London Ball Foundation, to Sandy and her co-founders, for the work it's done today in what I'm sure will be a hugely successful set of conversations. I have no doubt that the insights and the collaborations forged here will pave the way for a brighter tomorrow and reinforce the already vibrant educational relationship between the United Kingdom and Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Finally, we have Professor Anthony Smith, who has flown all the way from UK to join us here today. Professor Smith is the Vice Provost of Faculties and Chair of the University Management Committee. He also serves as the Chair of Trustees at the UCL Academy and as a Governor of the Capital City Colleges Group. Let's give a warm round of applause to Professor Anthony Smith.
So good morning, and thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It really is a great pleasure to be back in Hong Kong and amongst friends. And congratulations to Sandy and all the team at the London Ball Foundation for putting on this fantastic weekend of celebrations and discussion. It's never felt more relevant that we have come together to talk about a new era in education. And I don't want to fall into the lazy cliche of talking about education at a crossroads, because I don't think it is. But we are in a period of accelerated change and context that impacts not only what universities are and what we need to be doing as educators, but also the world in which our graduates will work, and of course how we should best prepare them for that. I'm going to pick out just two areas that we are particularly thinking about at UCL, and those are disagreeing well, and we've heard it already, AI. Taking disagreeing well first, something which was proposed by UCL's President and Provost, Dr. Michael Spence. And in this time of increasingly polarized debate, it has never been more important for us to disagree well. The ability to discuss and debate with people who hold very different views is not without its challenges, but having the tools, the techniques, and the platforms to do so is vital and is a vital part of how communities can coexist together. How do we collectively approach the fact that being a diverse community means being a place where a wide variety of conflicting opinions and ideas exist and are expressed? When UCL was founded nearly 200 years ago, people had to learn the art of having a good coffee room debate. But now students need to learn the art of having a good debate, of course, on social media as well as in person. The mindset sought is one of epistemic humility, a willingness to listen carefully, recognize the expertise, the experience, and the responsibility of the other party within a disagreement, identify issues on which difference exists and find common ground where possible, avoiding hyperbole and the cheap shot, and to practice the art of choosing a language appropriate to the goal of increasing understanding. And our Disagreeing Well campaign aims to address the university's continued role as a forum for open discussion and provide tools and resources to help our students become more rounded global citizens, well-versed in values of freedom of expression, and to respect divergent views and perspectives. Our Students' Union is a key partner in facilitating student-led events where speakers are invited to broaden the scope of discussion and debate. And if you're interested, there's much more information on our website under Disagreeing Well. And now to AI. I doubt there's anyone in this room who hasn't been to a seminar or read an article when someone hasn't predicted that AI will be doing our jobs for us in as little as 3 to 5 years' time. The reality is probably less dramatic, but it is safe to say that AI, of course, is a significant, massive disruptor. And I think, of course, it's disruptive because it is changing our relationship with knowledge and what and how we teach and assess in universities. Rather than obsess about the existential, we need to adapt to work with AI, and the future differentiator, the thing that makes us different or our graduates different, will be those who can work and harness the potential of AI. They will be replacing those who do not. Our challenge is to identify the skills our students will need and reflecting how our relationship with knowledge has changed. If you'll allow me to do a quick reflection now, it's 40 years this year since I started my studies for my PhD. And back then, the Research Council sponsoring me allowed one online search in 3 years. And that meant spending an afternoon with a specialist librarian. I think I had a maximum of about 6 search terms that I was adding together. And it involved sitting in a room, a special room, with a computer with a dial-up modem linked to a database in Switzerland. And it was once in 3 years. Now, keeping up, of course, with the literature also meant at least an afternoon each week in the library, going through something called Science Citation Index, and otherwise physically browsing journals for anything that looked interesting. And it's hard to imagine that that was how we did research. And of course, today we get notification to our mobile devices when anyone has published anything. And everything is, of course, is just a simple search away. And I'm sure that in 40 years' time, what we do today will look as outdated as what I've just talked about from 40 years ago. What generative AI is doing is it's really the next thing that we've done with knowledge. And that's the bringing together and the synthesis of knowledge, something that we used to laud as one of the key attributes of being a graduate. The technology can be used in education really positively to get ideas flowing, and literacy in AI will be a professional and life-critical skill. but one that needs to be tempered by understanding its limitations, including the ethical ones. The impact of AI on assessment is being felt particularly keenly, and at UCL, like all universities, we're thinking really hard about that and how to make sure that we have AI-proof assessment and having a strategy that contains a variety of different assessment types. And I think it's fair to say the days of assessment relying entirely on coursework are numbered. And of course, all this is happening against the backdrop of new ways of working post-pandemic. Many of us are working in a much more hybrid way, and that's particularly noticeable in London, where many commute long distances, and so not necessarily coming into the university is what they want to do. And there's a question for us, is that do these ways, does the hybrid way work for research and education, the business of universities? And even today, how much do we rely on the serendipitous encounter that sparked off ideas for collaboration, particularly, of course, in research? And the question is, are they happening less often? We don't know, but we're going to find out in the coming years. So it would be all too easy to be pessimistic. We're getting more polarized, the machines are taking over, but I am optimistic that through the research and education that have prevailed in universities for hundreds of years, we will continue to prevail and prosper. And I hope that will be the spirit of this summit, which I'm very much looking forward to. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Smith, for that very thought-provoking speech. Now, can I kindly invite, Professor Smith, can you please remain on stage? Now, can I invite back Mr. Jeff C., Mr. Brian Davidson, our chairlady, Ms. Sandy Lau, and the co-founders of the London Ball Foundation on stage. Ms. Margaret Lam, Mr. Ivan Chan, Mr. Derek Choi, and myself, to on stage for the officiating ceremony. Can we also invite our London Ball Foundation committee members, Mr. Benjamin Menuet, our subcommittee, Sasha, Kelly, and Jean, on stage. Please, Mr. Jeff C., Mr. Brian Davidson, and Sandy remain on stage. Professor Smith, co-founders, and committee members, please be seated. Finally, can we invite our sponsor, supporter, Mr. Sunny Z., founder of 香港創科及文化人才教育發展基金會有限公司, and supporting organization representatives to join the stage. First, Mr. Benjamin Menuet, our venue partner, university librarian from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Ms. Susanna Morley, the director of British Council Hong Kong. Ms. Joanne Chan, president of UAL, Hong Kong Alumni Association. Mr. Walter Zheng, executive committee member of the Stanford Club of Hong Kong. Dr. Calvin Mack, president of LaSalle College Old Boys Association. Mr. Derek Choi, chairman, Friends of LSE in Hong Kong. Ms. Margaret Lam, as representative of the King's College London Association of Hong Kong. Ms. Rebecca Timpany, deputy principal of VSA Victoria Shanghai Academy. Ms. Jo Morris, director of Sixth Form, Harrow International School of Hong Kong. Ms. Jana Perold, Director, Sixth Form and Leadership and Service Coordinator at Harrow Light. Zhu Hai. Finally, Mr. Derek Ng, Hong Kong Academy for Gifted Education. Can we also invite Mr. Jeff C., Mr. Brian Davison, and Sandy to present the certificate, and let's take one more photo. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll now invite everyone to enjoy a short networking break, and we'll be back shortly in around 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the complimentary snacks outside. As we resume our program, we'll be showcasing congratulatory video messages from some prominent figures that couldn't be with us here in person, but wanted to extend their support and appreciation for London Ball 2024 that we will be hosting tomorrow evening. UCL, King's, and LSE, please play the video.
Hi, I'm Michael Spence, President and Provost of UCL. It's a pleasure to send you this message from here in London, and I hope you have a fantastic time at the London Ball. The London Ball's truly a reflection of the special relationship between London and Hong Kong. Two great cities, cities that I love, both brimming with ideas, talent and opportunity. And this relationship is especially evident at UCL. We have one of the UK's oldest alumni clubs in Hong Kong, with a community of more than 4,000 alumni that we're proud to call lifelong supporters and friends. I was really pleased to be able to visit the UCL alumni community in Hong Kong twice in 2023 and hope to do so again this year. It's always a fantastic opportunity to meet our brilliant alumni and supporters and to renew our enduring relationship with the region. I'd like to say a huge thank you to the UCL alumni who've been involved in creating today's excellent event and for your ongoing support of UCL. I wish you all a great day.
Hello, and greetings to you from London, from our St. Thomas's campus right opposite the Big Ben. I am Professor Shiraj Kapoor, the Vice-Chancellor and President of King's College London, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share a message with the alumni of King's and other London universities during this year's London Ball. The London Ball Foundation strives to build connections and celebrate the accomplishments of alumni from London institutions in Hong Kong. I'd like to thank all those involved in making this event happen. Your presence tonight reaffirms the strength of our global network and the shared commitment to lifelong learning, community, and the notion of knowledge with purpose. The belief that together we can all use our expertise as a force for good. I'd also like to give my personal thanks to our Hong Kong alumni and committee members for your involvement with this event and your ongoing support for King's. To Mr. Dieter Yi, I send our congratulations on being awarded the Outstanding Alumni Award this evening. Dieter is a fellow of King's and has been a great champion and supporter of the institution for many years, notably as the president of King's Hong Kong Foundation. This award is a testament to the dedication he has shown to his alma mater and the positive impact he has made. Congratulations, Dieter. Let me end by wishing you all a wonderful evening filled with nostalgia, joyous reunions, and the forging of new connections.
Hello,
My name is Professor Eric Neumeier. I am the Interim President and Vice Chancellor of LSE. I am delighted to extend my warmest wishes to all of you in attendance at tonight's London Ball. Congratulations to those who have been involved in the organization of this evening's festivities, and a personal thank you to the Friends of LSE in Hong Kong. The school has a strong community of over 3,800 alumni in Hong Kong, and a great many of you are already supporting LSE's Shaping the World campaign as volunteers and philanthropic partners. Thank you for your ongoing support, and I hope the rest of you might be inspired to join in. I also want to send congratulations to Mr. Carl Wu, who completed a BSc in Economics at LSE in 2004 and who has won the LSE Outstanding Alumni Award this evening. I had the pleasure of meeting Carl last year here at the LSE campus. Carl's commitment to innovation, particularly in the field of healthcare, makes him a worthy winner of this award. On behalf of LSE, I hope you have a fantastic evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to delve into our first panel discussion titled Future of Education. This panel will consider what the future holds for collaboration between educational systems of Hong Kong, the UK, and other countries. It will also debate common challenges and opportunities in the education sector, such as the role of artificial intelligence and ensuring that educational training keeps pace with the technological changes. Let's begin our panel discussion by welcoming our distinguished panelists to the stage. First, please welcome our moderator, Benjamin Menuet, the University Librarian of Chinese University of Hong Kong. Joining him are our distinguished panelists. First, we have Professor Anthony Smith, the Vice Provost of UCL, who flew all the way here from London to join us this afternoon. Second, we have Professor Stefano Tasselli, a professor of management at the University of Exeter Business School, who flew from Amsterdam to join us this evening. Thank you. And thirdly, we have Ms. Susanna Morley, the Director of the British Council of Hong Kong. Last but not least, let's welcome Cecilia Chun, the Director of CUHK Center of Learning Enhancement. Thank you all.
Thank you. Welcome to this opening panel of the London Ball Summit on Education. In this session, we'll be exploring the global trends in higher education which are affecting universities in Hong Kong, China, the UK, and in Europe. We'll also look at the benefits of the education experience of those students who are able to study in both systems in China and in the UK. I'm Ben Meunier, the University Librarian at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and it's my honor to be moderating this panel of expert speakers who bring perspectives of leadership in education from a wide range of institutions at the highest levels. Before we begin, allow me to welcome you all with two hats on. The first is as the University Librarian at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, which was founded 60 years ago with the mission statement of combining tradition and modernity and bringing together China and the West. And so as an institution, it's a great honor and privilege to be able to host this summit, which will help to bring together these systems in Hong Kong and the UK, understand better the approaches and opportunities between those two educational systems. The other hat which I'm wearing is as a member of the London Ball organising committee supporting the summit's organisation. And I spent over 20 years in the UK studying at the University of Warwick and at UCL and working at UCL for a very long time. So it's a great opportunity to be able to take this opportunity and learn from our panel of expert speakers on the benefits, which I've already found, of being in Hong Kong with a multicultural background. Without further ado, allow me to open the discussions and to ask for engagement. Of course, our speakers know that they're going to be speaking, but you may not have realized that you're also going to be solicited. So in the second half of this session, I will be asking members of the audience to ask any questions, so please do prepare any questions that you might have, and you will be invited to ask questions. Okay, so looking forward to a great discussion, and thank you all for being here. If I may start and ask members of the panel, could you please introduce yourselves and tell us some of the key trends which you see in global higher education, which are impacting universities in Hong Kong and in the UK? And if I may, I'll ask Mrs. Susanna Morley to answer first.
So my name's Susanna Morley, and I'm the director of the British Council here in Hong Kong, and it is a real pleasure and honour to have been asked to speak on this panel today. So I'd like to say thank you very much to Sandy and all her colleagues at the London Ball Foundation, and to Ben. It looks like you've got a great agenda today, and I hope everybody enjoys the discussions. So, little bit about the British Council. We've been in Hong Kong for 75 years, and we've been going for 90 years, and we're the UK's cultural relations organisation. So we build connections and understanding between the UK and countries around the world through the arts, through education, and through teaching English. So we're really focused on providing skills and opportunities for young people to be the best versions of themselves so they can succeed in life. So talking about education today is really very much part of my remit and the remit of the British Council. So to start with the question that Ben has posed about global trends that are impacting the university sector in Hong Kong and the UK, and indeed I think globally. There are many that I could have picked on. I think there are a number of things that are happening across the higher education sector globally at the moment, but there are three things that I would like to pick out are the impact of AI and other novel digital technologies. I also want to say something a little bit about skills and employability, which is obviously very closely connected with the rise of new technologies. And I'd also like to say something about mental health and well-being, because I think all three of those trends are interconnected. So a little bit about my view on AI. You know, understandably, there is a great deal of optimism about this emerging technology. You know, it will automate and streamline workflows and processes that have been tedious and long, and that has to be embraced as a positive thing. But I think there is a lacking in understanding of what AI actually is, a lacking in AI literacy, which was a phrase that Anthony used earlier. And I think that the university sector as a whole is only just beginning to really understand the impact of AI and what it's going to do to the shape, not just of how young people learn and how we teach undergraduates and graduate students, but of course the impact that it's going to have on research. And I think that in many spheres of research, you know, that the benefits for things like drug discovery, for example, are already beginning to be felt. However, I think it's still not truly understood how AI is going to impact teaching and learning. You can see that it's a positive tool in terms of, you know, getting to grips with a new subject very quickly, but there are issues around plagiarism, and I think there are deeper ethical issues as well, which I'm sure we'll touch on later on in the discussion. So moving on to skills and employability, well, of course, the fourth industrial revolution, of which AI is part, is having a profound impact on the work environment that young people are entering into. And we are already seeing some industries becoming obsolete, and that other industries' structures are changing very rapidly. And we see this perhaps most markedly in the changes in the financial services sector, which of course is a massively important sector in this part of the world. And it's also having impact on the legal profession as well, which are sort of two examples that are very close to home. You know, it's changing the way that young professionals have to train, and maybe that's leaving a little bit of a vacuum, because how do young people entering the professions, how do they learn? How does this disrupt their training process, and what impact does it have on the body of knowledge that underpins professions and other occupations that universities are preparing graduates for? So I think the comment I'd like to make, the main point I'd like to make, is I think we need to start rethinking what an undergraduate education, at any rate, is for. What kinds of skills do universities need to be imparting to their undergraduates in order that they can cope with the rapid pace of change that is happening in the world of work? And I think there needs to be perhaps a closer collaboration between employers and universities to help close this gap and keep pace with change. And that needs to be a reciprocal relationship. So it's not employers saying, hey, universities, you need to teach your students X. There needs to be greater dialogue, I think, about those skills. And I think that also kind of, it also gets to a sort of perhaps a deeper debate about, you know, what a degree is and what the role of universities are for preparing young people for the world of work and life beyond. You know, one does read for a degree after all, and it is all about self-directed learning. So the final thing, I know you're going to hurry me up, is about mental health. And, you know, we've seen since, perhaps this is one of the few positives to come out of COVID. COVID has created a huge amount of mental stress for many, many people around the world. And what it has done is sparked, I think, a genuine conversation about mental health and well-being, which is not just caused by the aftermath of COVID, but I think for undergraduates and recent graduates, it's all about also about the pressures that are put on them when they go through their studies and when they come out the other side, and you have employers after they've worked for 15 years in school and then in university. And then employers say, well, actually, your skills are not what we want. I mean, that has a massive impact on how young people perceive themselves. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Morley. And I think your presentation illustrates how a lot of what we talk about in relation to higher education also taps into societal challenges. So I think all three of those themes that you identified could be looked at an even wider level, because universities do help to shape the world that we live in. So if I may follow up with Professor Tasselli, and if you could share your thoughts on the same question, please.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, and thank you again, Sandy, for organizing and for inviting me. I'm Stefano Tasselli. I'm originally Italian. I have quite a lot of experience in different European countries. Currently, I'm a professor of management and director of the Research Center of Social Network at the University of Exeter. If you're not familiar with the UK, it's in a very beautiful location. It's in Devon. It's in the southwest of England, and it's really beautiful, in particular in spring and summer. So if any of you wants to visit in the next few months, it's really a great moment to be there. Thinking about the presentation and thinking about the preparation of this meeting, I thought that I could really add some value providing a research perspective. I'm director of a research center. What I mainly do is research, and we live in an age, as your undersecretary just said just a few minutes ago, in which we really need to try to bridge research, practice, and education. The three words have been quite separated, we can say, in many institutions in the last decades, but it's really the moment to rub them together and try to bridge them to achieve some integration that can be fruitful for society and from business. Answering the three key points, I mainly talk from a business perspective. I'm in a business school, so the angle can be slightly different, let's say, from other panelists, but integrating is really interesting. And I want to move beyond AI, because I think has been the big elephant in the room, has been extensively discussed before. The 3 points I want to mention, the first one is the change in the nature of work. In the last 30 years, and in particular in the last 10 years, this is not just a change in the kind of work people do. This is not just a change of sector opportunities. Let me use a philosophical term. This is an ontological change. What is changing is the nature of how people work. Let's be very frank. People can make millions in their homes just posting on Instagram pictures of a cat, of a kitten, or of other cute animals. It seems funny, but it's reality. in cascade, it also changes the way organizations work. COVID has amplified its magnitude. We can work from home, staying in different parts of the world, and still contributing to business and to society. With my research center, we studied this kind of change, calling it with a particular name. There is a self-organizing nature of organizations that is emerging. Hierarchy is important, but it's probably less important than in the past. If you look at the traditional organization from the textbook from the 30s and the 50s, it's based on hierarchical differentiation and task allocation. This is changing. People are more free to design their work on the one hand, but on the other hand, it poses legitimate questions about coordination, contributions to business, contribution to society. Where education and research stand for in this case is really trying to provide new venues of conceptualizing work and try to make it meaningful and to integrate, let's say, for further purposes. Second point of my answer is that all of this has to be done integrating local and global context, but having in mind that we have to face important grand challenges from the environment on the one hand to economic growth on the other hand, through a reglobalization process that is changing the nature of our education institutions, but more or less we can say of all the business institutions in the world. Is it done already very well in our universities? Question mark. I will say it depends. Depending on the kind of university and the kind of context, it can really vary. But it's more common to see, for example, that elements like the SDGs posed by the UN are becoming incredibly and increasingly central in many curricula. And it's interesting in this case, our researchers can really contribute to this dialogue, providing new information and new venues. Through research data and through the science, we can say contributing actively, let's say, to provide science-based foundations for education programs. A third trend that I want to introduce, and I want to keep my answer short, and it's particularly valuable considering that there are so many bright young people in this room, it's providing meaning to work and providing meaning to education. What is the value of universities as institution in 2024? It's a change in value. Let's be frank. People can find online any kind of courses that they want, providing knowledge that in some cases is equal, in some cases superior to the one that is provided by the university themselves. In which way universities can contribute to this evolving trend is helping people, and in particular young people, to find meaning in what they want to do. Meaning just doesn't mean to find a job, which is still important. Meaning means finding a way to realize yourself through what you do, which is probably the only and the best way that in the future we can say we can really open up new opportunities. And in this case, I think, big thank to Sandy, that this is a clear example of giving meaning and giving, we can say, heart and value to a collaboration that is not just inter-university collaboration, but is really a way to discuss of these challenges. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Taselli, for sharing these thoughts. And I think in terms of your last reflection about providing meaning is so important in a world where work may no longer be the definition of success, may no longer be the definition of the purpose of individuals in a world where so much of the work can be automated. So that'll be fascinating to explore a bit further during the session. Now, if I may, I will turn to my colleague, Professor Cecilia Chun. And again, could you share with us a few of the key global trends that you see in higher education impacting in Hong Kong and the UK?
Thank you, Ben. Dear colleagues and students, I'm Cecilia Chun. I'm the director of CUHK's Center for Learning Enhancement and Research. What do? We are a teacher and teaching development center. Our mandate is to support learning enhancement and teaching effectiveness of the university through providing professional development opportunities for our CUHK teachers, organized pedagogical research, trying to identify best practices, and then next is providing support research and also conducting student surveys. It's very important for us to know what students have learned, how they evaluate their learning experiences, and so on. Talking about the two trends just two, all right? I'll just name two. One is related to teaching. I think COVID and the advance of generative AI has opened up a diversity in teaching modalities. Before COVID, our default modality would be face-to-face, all right, in most universities. But after COVID, well, we discovered that teaching could be done online through a lot of technologies. And at CUHK, we have identified 6 different modalities teachers can make use of and deliver their programs. And because of these diversities, I really feel that it opened up a lot of opportunities for innovative teaching pedagogy and also joint programs across countries. All right? There are a number of things. Number one, teachers might need to reconsider first is what we teach. Because of advance of technology, we might need to equip our students with different sets of skills for their future workplace. Okay, what about how? How? It's not face-to-face. It might be hybrid. It might be solely online. It might be simply online resources, all right? And then how? Next is when, and where. Do we need to be at CUHK to learn from CUHK professors? No. All right. I still remember just 2 weeks ago, we organized a workshop on generative AI and mathematics education. It's a Zoom event. Surprisingly, we had 500 registrations from different countries doing different jobs. So technology brings a lot of people together for exchange of ideas. When, where, and then the last one is to whom. Before, default was physical. You had to be here to learn from me. But now, different modalities can be opened up to different types of people. So how, what, when, where, to whom. A lot of things for teachers to consider. Okay, the second trend that I would focus on is university-industry connection. Some of you may know that we have, in our policy address, we are going to emphasize vocational education. There would be universities of applied science for students who might not be able to go into one of the 8 UGC-funded universities, which focus more on the academic studies. And even in mainland China, I recently came across an article from the Ministry of Education about enhancing vocational education through industry and university connection, a 產業結合, all right? And I think if you would like to, even for academic studies, we have to connect our students with their future workplace, the operations, the mindset of people, the skills they need, and so on. So much so that at CUHK, we started a new program called Co-op program. Students can get a gap year, work in the bank or in the industry for 1 year with pay. They earn credit at the same time. Perhaps after this 1 year, they can come back. They might choose another discipline. I don't know. But this is a new development. I think it's important for universities to be connected with industries. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Chan. The trends of online education and indeed of industry-university connections, including through apprenticeships, have been a hot topic in UK higher education for many, many years now, and it has felt very incremental over that period of time. 20 years ago, people were saying MOOCs were going to change the way that universities operated completely, and 20 years on, it doesn't feel that way. So, Professor Anthony Smith, I'll turn to you now for trends that you see in higher education impacting in Hong Kong and in the UK.
Ben, thank you so much. The tricky thing about following three distinguished speakers is that they've said all the major stuff as well, so I won't repeat it. AI, yes, you heard me say earlier, massively important. But there's two things that I want to think about, which are actually the students themselves, our learners. One is to pick up one of Susanna's points about mental health. And I think it's particularly through COVID. And for people with great respect to us, not all as old as me, but on this panel, the 2 to 3 years of COVID was a relatively small proportion of our lives. It was annoying, but we kind of got through it. But for our current learners, and indeed those who will be coming through to study at higher education, it's been a massive proportion of their lives. And I think we still, we don't know, but we need to reflect and continue to think about the impact that they've had on their cognitive powers as learners. How will they have been impacted by the pandemic? So that's one, I think. So and particularly now for universities to think about how we support our students to keep well during their studies is something that's really important. So that's one. And I think the other thing which I see is that, and I suppose you could sort of think about it in terms of students bringing their whole selves to universities, and that is increasingly been very values driven in what they study and how they want to live. And I think the obvious example there is of course climate change, and it's something that we all of course care about, and I think increasingly our students really care passionately about, and they expect to see us as educators reflect that in not only what we teach, but the way that universities operate. So, for example, kind of going back to the disagreeing well that I spoke about just before the break, students feel very passionately, for example, big campaigns to divest, for universities to divest in fossil fuel investments. And that's really student driven, and I think we're seeing more of that about real values driven issues coming through for our students. So those are two things, I think, not quite flipping it around, but thinking about really trying to get into the mindset of our learners today.
Thank you, Professor Smith. And in fact, I will take that opportunity to segue from looking at the institutional macro questions about the trends that are impacting universities to, as Anthony suggested, focusing more on the experiences of individual students. And so as we're talking about Hong Kong education, UK educational systems, if we think about it from an individual's perspective, how does an educational experience that spans China and the UK contribute towards the personal and intellectual growth of students? So if I may open that question up to the panel, would anyone particularly want to pounce onto that question? Stefano, maybe, if you've got...
Absolutely, yeah, that's a very great question. I think it's one of the reasons why we are here. I would say, again, two key things. The first one is really learning and strengthening the reciprocal strength. Partly it's a political debate that, of course, we don't want to talk here. Let's frame it in the education issue. We see a lot of students coming from Hong Kong, coming from mainland to the UK, and they really think that there is an ability to enrich reciprocal values, reciprocal strengths, reciprocal abilities, and we see it in daily activities, we see it in the way people work, in the way people think, in the way people collaborate together. I can just mention two examples, really practical. One is about the research activities that I run in one of the courses I lead, which is for research masters and for PhDs. We not force, but we welcome people to create bridge teams for gender and for background and for cross-cultural collaboration, which is something that really enriches this kind of value. The second point that I think is quite fundamental here is understanding, again, what's the kind of bridge that has been already talked about before, physical presence and online collaboration. There is a great paper that has been published by a few colleagues in the Netherlands just 2 years ago. They call it temporal brokerage. There is a value, particularly for people who are positioned at the crossroad of different time zones. They look for people with one member being located in America, one member be located in Asia, the third member be located in Europe, and in this case, for example, they say that members who are located in positions that allow to some extent to bridge the different temporal zones in the different organizational work have an advantage, which is substantially coordination of work. We don't adopt it so much in research, but I really see an evolving trend. We went totally online. We have collaborations on papers, for example, in which physically we don't see the person, but at the same time, the opportunity to spend some time together is something that really strengthens a really reciprocal understanding, reciprocal collaboration. I invited a good coauthor of mine who is in Fudan. I'll visit in 2 weeks, so in mainland China, in Shanghai. He will come to England in June. I'll be in Fudan next week to give a talk. So it's something that can really enrich, I can say, reciprocal opportunities. Again, in my view, this lens really combines research and education. Education is important in this case, but I will say through the lens of what research says in terms of standard practices and we can say science-based solutions.
Cecilia.
Okay, just one very minor point. I think this kind of educational experience will enhance intercultural sensitivity, intercultural awareness, and more importantly, we hope students will be able to develop intercultural strategies, intercultural communication. I think you have to be physically in a different culture before you can be more sensitive to the differences. Well, we always talk about inclusiveness these days. So I always encourage my students to go on exchange programs or study tours, but don't just for the touring part. All right, plan what you will be able to get. That will be more fruitful.
Thank you very much for your perspectives on this. So I'm going to be opening up the floor for questions in just a moment. I think we have some mics that are roving, so hopefully we can open those. So please don't be shy. I see a few hands up already. So if we could go to the lady towards the back, please, for the first question, and that would be fabulous. But it's been great to hear from our speakers on these. Thank you very much to our helpers, because it's quite an ingrate job to be running around with the mic. So that is great. Thank you. So we have our first question. Over to you.
Hello. Thank you so much for the panel discussion. I am Nicole Chow, and I would like to direct this question to Professor Smith. In order to provide new values to the society in terms of research, higher education research, interdisciplinary research is becoming more popular, and top researchers may be affiliated to different universities across different countries. So this conference, I believe, is to enforce the collaboration between the universities in London and the universities in China, maybe in Hong Kong as well. Do you see the possibilities of implementing a scheme to facilitate the co-supervision of Master of Philosophy or Doctor of Philosophy students in universities of London and
great question, of which I think that the quick answer is yes. There's absolutely no reason why. In fact, I spent the last 2 days talking with colleagues at CUHK about exactly those things, about what the opportunities are for example, joint supervision of PhDs. So having someone might have a supervisor and advisor both in the UK and here in Hong Kong, for example. So it's perfectly possible. We were talking about opportunities in neuroscience and quantitative social science, for example, two very different areas. But so yes, it's absolutely possible to do that. And I'm sure a number of us can give examples of joint programs we already have. So, for example, we have a joint MBA with Peking. So these things are happening, and they're perfectly possible. And hence the reason for being here is to try and encourage those kinds of collaborations.
Thank you. It's a great question, and I am aware of some instances from CUHK of co-supervision of MPhil or doctoral students in institutions in the mainland China. So it is definitely part, I think, going to become more important as part of this cross-country working for universities to be able to supervise students, particularly research students, in different parts of the world. Are there any other questions? Yes, we have another enthusiastic hand up in the middle here. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hilary from TOTS Education. Hello, I would like to ask a question. Professor Cecilia, hello. You've mentioned about online courses in university, and yes, now I'm also studying a master in a University of Birmingham, which is online distance learning as well. But I'm wondering, is that possible to fully replace the face-to-face learning as well? Because I was studying, my major was early childhood education. It was a long time ago, and they talk about like fine motor skills, or maybe some like social skills, that kind of thing. But that time the COVID was not there yet, so I was studying face-to-face. But some major, because of that major, I'm wondering, is that possible to can completely replace face-to-face learning, the online study? Is that possible to replace it completely? Thank you.
My answer to that is no.
Thank you for your answer.
I mean, as a teacher, I really appreciate the interaction, face-to-face interaction with my students, all right? If it is totally online, it seems so, you're so distant from your students. You don't know what they think. As students here, when you have Zoom classes, I'm sure you switch off your camera. I don't even know whether you are there, right? Okay, this is one thing. But of course, perhaps it depends on which disciplines. Perhaps there are disciplines where online teaching is as effective as a physical teaching. I'm trained as a teacher, so I don't believe that a teacher can influence his or her student effectively if they just meet online. If the teacher just see the photograph of the students for many, many hours. So my answer is no. I really enjoy my time talking with my students about the subject that they learn or about other issues, life experiences. Of course, we can do that on Zoom, but I think it's different.
Yeah, So it's a very topical question, of course, having gone through COVID and now looking at what does the new normal look like. So I wonder if there's any dissent from the panel to the categorical no, online education cannot replace in-person education. Susanna?
I'm not going to categorically refute what Cecilia said, but I just pick up on a couple of things. I think COVID has taught us that online learning has a utility. Using Zoom or Teams or whatever it might be, it's a tool, and that's exactly what it is. It's a tool. It's one of many tools that teachers and lecturers can use. I agree. Something is lost if all all the teaching is done entirely digitally or online. Those water cooler moments are lost when you might have a really interesting conversation, incidental conversation after you've given a seminar or a lecture and a really interesting topic of conversation comes up which influences a young person's research or a decision they make about a course or whatever, which is lost if everything's entirely online. And also going back to the point about mental health and well-being, I think that one thing that we have all become as educators post-COVID is, as Anthony said, much more vigilant about mental health and well-being of our students. And that's true of the British Council as well, actually. And it's very difficult to gauge somebody's mental health if you're only seeing them in two dimensions.
I would add, I know I'm the moderator, so I'm not really supposed to contribute anything, but from my experience when I was working at UCL for the library there, one of the first facilities to reopen after the COVID lockdown was the libraries, and that was because there was an acute demand from the student population to have somewhere to congregate. We are, as humans, social animals, and so actually being able to be in a place with other people that you can see and interact with does make a big difference to mental health and to the ability to feel part of a community. So that's a big part. Stefano?
Yeah, and I agree partly with the two perspectives. What I can add is that in this case, learning is not just receiving information. A process of learning is also, and mainly, let's say today, networking. And if there is overwhelming evidence is that physical networking is totally different from online networking. And online networking cannot replace completely physical networking. But in this sense, I don't know about the specific program that our participant was referring to, but if I think about quite a lot of EMBA programs, they have blended kind of learnings. So you can follow, for example, online, and then once in 2 weekends, usually, any other week, people meet Friday, Saturday, and they have physical classes. So, of course, that cannot be done everywhere in the world, but that's also an opportunity, let's say, to combine the two things.
Thank you, Stefano. Anthony?
Yeah, we're good. I'll come in as well. I think the interesting thing, of course, that through COVID, we learned a lot about online learning. And the reason we learned about it, of course, is we didn't have a choice. That was the only thing we could do to carry on. But I think what's interesting now, thank goodness we do have the choice, is that we can start to get some variety of learning methods. But I think what we've got to be careful about is kind of getting hung up on the mode of delivery and thinking that's the decision I make first, the mode of delivery. It shouldn't really be. And I had this conversation with a colleague at COHK yesterday. And it was, it's kind of preemptive. If you think you're asking the question, what's the future of the lecture? Do people still turn up and go to lectures as students? And because, they're all recorded and you can watch snippets of them in your own time. Therefore, question, do we still need the lecture? And I think in a way, it's not now, given the choice and experience we've got of different modes of delivery, that shouldn't be the first question we ask. What's the mode of delivery? The question we should be asking is about what's the purpose? What are we trying to, what information, what knowledge, what skills are we trying to convey? And then I think once you've set about that, then actually how you deliver it, whether it is face-to-face or it is online or some hybrid mix of the two, That's the secondary question. But the first question is, what do you actually want to do? And I think to look at it, to go, well, let's think about the mode first. How are you going to deliver it? I think it's looking at it the wrong way round.
Thank you very much. So that was a great question, which obviously elicited a lot of wonderful answers. So thank you very much. We've had a very patient gentleman at the back, so please go ahead.
Hello. So I am Sebastian from Harrow School, and many of my friends are taking the time in order to get into very good institutions like LSE, Oxford, etc., putting every hour and every day into studying. And Mr. Professor Stefano, you mentioned a great change in the nature of work. So how important are social skills / leadership skills in this new business world? Would this impact the priorities of these students? Because I worry that my friends, my compatriots, they may be overextending themselves in the academic world by focusing in one vein too much, and they may be lacking in these social skills later in life. Do you think this is equally important in this new world?
Well, that's a fantastic question. As I said before, I'm the director of a research center on social networks, so this question, let's say, flatters me and I really like it.
Thank you.
How to answer? Well, I'm a Cambridge alumnus. I live in Cambridge for 6 years at the master and the PhD, and I met quite a lot of people from all over the world and very different disciplines. So social skills are really important, there is no doubt. But they don't substitute the knowledge, and they don't substitute, let's say, what you're particularly good at. They're fundamental, they're important, but they are not a standing alone quality. Being in Cambridge was really fantastic for me for one reason. No discipline is better than the other. But if I want to see one thing that a lot of great people I met had in common, they were really great in what they were doing, they loved what they were doing, and they were pursuing to ameliorate themselves and to be great in what was making them great. On the one hand, it's clear, and there is no doubt that some disciplines, some trends, some faculties can help find a job and can help find a good job. But the world in 2024, and even more the world in 2034, will change in a way that if you're really great in what you're doing, and if you really love it, probably you find a way to be successful more than in the world of 50 years ago. A lot of schemas, a lot of structures, a lot of barriers progressively will dissolve. And I will say that we will go towards a sort of Pointillism. If you have in mind this beautiful Pointillism painting of Seurat in Chicago. If you look at the painting from the outside, it's really clear. If you try to zoom in, it's made of all these different pieces of painture and you don't recognize anything. We're going towards a destructured world, in particular in the work environment, in which great quality and excellence in what you're doing will be more important than the standard kind of procedure and process in which people substantially just learn some sort of average quality. So social skills is really important, but on the other hand, do what you love. That I really think that it will pay off.
Thank you very much for that great question. Any other panelists would like to add to Stefano's answer?
Yeah, I'll just chip in there. I would say that what are often characterized as soft skills, which I think is a real misnomer actually, they are important. You, as Stefan said, if you're going to get into a good university, you need to know your subject and you need to be passionate about it if you're going to succeed. And actually, I think that it's really important that you study something that really engages you, because it's a huge investment. I don't just mean, financially by parents. I mean, intellectually, studying a degree at any level is a huge investment, and you need to enjoy it. But you do need to also be able to, communicate with your colleagues. You need to be able to work collaboratively. You need to be able to problem solve. You need to be a bit creative, and those skills are you develop those as you're studying for a degree. But I think they also are something that schools need to ensure are fostered in young people, regardless of their academic capability, so that they're ready to take on their undergraduate studies.
Great, thank you. That's great takeaway message of do what you love. I wonder if there are any other questions. I see there are a number of other questions. So while the mic is travelling, I suppose one question that follows on from Susanna's point is, what's the role of universities, of educational providers, to help individuals to find what they love? Because it's easy enough to say, do what you love, but it's not necessarily easy to find, especially when you're leaving school or going into a particular program with the traditional UK educational model where you specialise in a subject. So I wonder, to what extent do you think that's going to be a more important part of the education experience for universities over the next few decades?
Yeah. Well, it's true that if you look at the curricula, probably not always is the case, but I think universities, and they talk about my university, in this case Exeter, is really trying to help students. For example, during the third year of their bachelor, they can have an internship, which is part of the program. There are quite a lot of networking events. There is the possibility for students to participate in any kind of activities that say they can contribute to the curriculum. But honestly, maybe that's the bad news. All of these are opportunities, but then people need to extract value, harvest value from the opportunity. And honestly, the universities can do what they can and even more, but in the end, it's you. Let's say the reality, at least it's my take on this.
Thank you. Susanna?
Just very quickly, sorry, Anthony. I was going to say that I think alumni have a really important role to play here. And this is something that the London Ball Foundation is doing, and indeed the British Council, working with the alumni associations here in Hong Kong, is ensuring that the next generation of undergraduates, whether they decide to study in Hong Kong or the UK or anywhere else for that matter, have the opportunity to talk to people who have studied courses or similar courses that they're interested in studying. Because it's not just about the course content, it's also, you know, when you're making that big decision, it's also about the student experience. And, you know, one university might suit one person, another university might suit another. And there's a lot of variety out there, both in the UK and here in Hong Kong.
Thank you. And Anthony?
Well, I was going to say that I'm guessing there's some in the audience who may be thinking about what you want to study when you go to university. And I would say, you know, follow your passions about the things that you want to do. Now, of course, there are, if you have a particular career in mind, there are, of course, some careers which absolutely require subject-specific knowledge. So, you know, obvious, it's hard to be a doctor if you haven't been to medical school, like impossible. But actually, and I think this is research from a while ago, but actually only about a quarter, I think it was 26% of jobs actually require subject-specific knowledge. So actually all the things that you gain from a university education, which includes the sort of the soft skills that Susanna spoke about, those are really important. So actually it tells you that you don't have to think, I need to study X because I want to do career Y, because in many cases that kind of linkage isn't as strong as you might think it is. And hence it's really good to have conversations with alumni, people who've been to university, and talk to them about the choices and the paths that their careers have taken. But I think, as I say, fundamentally it comes back to you're going to be happiest and most successful about doing what you're really passionate about. So I'd say do that.
Yeah. We're running short on time, so I'm going to take one final question from the gentleman in blue shirts, and then we'll wrap up, but there will be opportunities at lunch. So go ahead, please.
All right. Hi, guys. My name's Darren Pun, and I have a question directed to Professor Cecilia Chen, although you guys can all answer if you just feel free to share your opinion. And so basically, you raised a point about intercultural awareness, and that made me think about that how Hong Kong is really a special place in terms of its location and culture, in that it's the perfect blend of East and West, right? And while Hong Kong and the UK, as have been mentioned just now, are like really great top-tier education hubs. There's also another place in the world that's developing really quickly in terms of education and economy, and that's mainland China, specifically the Greater Bay Area, which is all over the news nowadays. So my question is, what do you think, what's your opinion on Hong Kong's strategic position as a bridge between the West, like US, UK, and the East, China? Like, what do you think about maybe a three-way exchange program where students from the West can come to Hong Kong universities for an exchange, and then from Hong Kong universities go and exchange to the mainland, and vice versa? Mainland students can come to Hong Kong for an exchange and back to the US and UK. Because like, I'm a secondary student, and if there's something like that already in the making, I would love to try it out. And especially in this age with so much maybe misunderstandings between cultures, I think it's really a great way to increase world harmony and peace. So
thank you for your question.
Yes, you have made a very good suggestions about short-term exchange programs, right? Another way of enhancing intercultural awareness and sensitivity, I would say, is having joint courses taught by joint universities. I'm not talking about entire program, 2 years University A in Hong Kong, 2 years University B in UK. No, I'm talking about course level. I have been trying to work on a course on human development. Half of the course would be taught by CUHK teachers focusing on the Chinese way of looking at human development, and then part of the course would be taught by a lecturer from Brown University, adopting a Western perspective. All right, so it's at course level. You will be taught by teachers from 2 different universities, 2 different perspectives, and you will be able to interact with students from 2 different universities, all right? And we tried 15 years ago. We had the course outline prepare, assessment scheme prepare. But in the end of the day, technology was there. In the end of the day, it's because of time difference. Brown is in the eastern part, so just opposite. All right, it was a pity. But now I think I should revive this kind of setup with Zoom, all right, with recorded lesson. Perhaps we could do that. I think we have to learn together, not just go there and see as a tour from the outside. You have to be an insider to interact with the people, to look at the curriculum and learn from teachers from different perspectives. All right, this is one way. But I understand that secondary schools now arrange a lot of overseas tour for their students. But one thing, students, you have to open up yourself. Take the initiative. I discovered that in the university, we organize a lot of intercultural activities. If students don't open up, don't tend to interact, don't tend to understand other people,
thank you, Cecilia.
Would not be
That's
effective.
a great answer. And
Thank you.
Unfortunately, because of time, we're going to have to leave it there. But it's a great illustration, in fact, of the temporal brokerage, which Stefano was talking about earlier, that Hong Kong is in a great epicenter of time zones. And even though sometimes it means late finishes or early starts, that actually there are many things that we can do to connect different parts of the world through online tools. So that's been a fabulous conversation. I'd like us all to give a warm hand to our panelists. And I think that the key takeaways that we can take from here are, we've heard a little about the global trends around AI, about the future of work and the changes to the future of work, the importance of universities taking the lead in terms of providing meaning to studies and research that's underway. But 2 key takeaways for us individually are, do what you love and take the opportunities that present themselves, because particularly in university there are so many ways of engaging with things that you might never have dreamt of getting involved in, and often those are the most rewarding and fruitful careers. So I want to thank our very active audience as well for your participation. Please give yourselves a warm round of applause. And I think we are on time now for our lunch. I'll hand back to our MC, Leon. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Another big thank you for all the panelists and Mr. Benjamin for hosting this amazing panelist conversation. And also another round of thanks for every student that have asked those really interesting questions. A small announcement is that by the end of the day, we're going to give certificates to every student that has asked a question. So please try to be engaging and ask questions. Don't be shy. And now, can we please capture this beautiful memory with a group photo with our moderator, panelists, and Ms. Sandy Lau. After that, we'll be giving out the certificate presentations to honor everyone's contribution.
Good afternoon, and welcome back, everyone, to the London Ball Foundation Education Summit 2024. My name is Derek. I'm one of the co-founders of the London Ball Foundation and the chairman of the Friends of LSE in Hong Kong, the Alumni Association. I will be MC for this afternoon session. As we convene, our focus now shifts to the critical topic of health. In our following panel discussion, we'll explore how educational institutions can prepare for the challenges of rapidly aging populations in Hong Kong. But before the panel starts, we'll first like to welcome the Honorary Advisor of the London Ball Foundation, the Honorable Dr. Koh Wing Man, GBS JP, to deliver a keynote speech for us to kick off the afternoon session.
Thanks for your kind introduction, but it's not going to be a keynote speech. Ms. Sandy Lau, Ms. Margaret Lam, co-founder and chairladies of the London Ball Foundation, honored guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure in taking part at the London Ball Education Summit. As a platform seeking to unite UK graduates from Hong Kong to work together and contribute to our city's future development. The London Ball Foundation's mission is highly commendable and most befitting at this moment. As Hong Kong is to embark on a new and challenging venture to rediscover the direction, pathway, and momentum for our next stage development, we need to steer through the various restraining factors, notably talent supply. Although the healthcare system in UK and Hong Kong differs in many respects, nowadays, Hong Kong's dual-track healthcare system did evolve from a public sector-dominated system, very much like that of the National Health System, NHS, of UK. Furthermore, much of the original elements of our medical education and training system could be traced back to the UK system. With extensive interflow and cross-fertilization in the past many decades, we can see the medical sector and health system of Hong Kong and UK are closely tied up till now. A very prominent example is the specialty training and accreditation system for doctors. Most doctors from my generation and before actually received on-the-job specialist training locally and partly in the UK. Under a curriculum prescribed by the respective Royal Colleges in UK, and took examination in the UK, or at least a conjoined examination with the Royal Colleges held in Hong Kong. It is only till 1903 that Hong Kong Academy of Medicine was established to be the local authority in the area of postgraduate medical education and training. Up to this moment, many of our local academy colleges are still maintaining a very close relationship and holding conjoined examination with the Royal Colleges in Hong Kong. Many of our leaders in clinical medicine, medical education, and health services and public health are actually UK graduates. In the area of public health and healthcare policy, we also see vital and continuous collaboration between the two governments. As an example, in October 2015, I signed the Memorandum of Understanding on Health Cooperation between the government of the Hong Kong SAR and the government of the UK on behalf of the Food and Health Bureau of Hong Kong. And the memorandum provided for collaborations in many areas, including primary care delivery models, non-communicable diseases, including care of older people with dementia, use of technology in healthcare in supporting different service delivery models, design and development of new hospitals, and redevelopment of existing hospital facilities, sharing of experience on the regulation of traditional medicines, regulatory mechanisms relating to medicinal products and medical device for human use. Last but not least, health protection, including antimicrobial resistance and laboratory aspects of the prevention and control of infectious diseases. I'm sure much of these areas of collaboration are as relevant then as today. When we are similarly under the challenge of rapidly aging population and the disease associated with aging, as well as the periodic and recurrent threat of serious infectious diseases. It is therefore most befitting to have the next panel in this summit devoted to health issues. I'm sure you are as eager as I am to hear from our distinguished panel speakers on how we can tackle the hurdles in talent supply and harness the use of modern information technology such as AI, the breakthrough in pharmaceutical and medical devices, and innovative models of service delivery, etc., to enhance the quality and efficiency of health services delivery, as well as how to further UK-Hong Kong collaboration in the area of health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cole, for taking the time to join us and sharing with us such an insightful speech. Now, can we please invite our chairlady, Ms. Sandy Lau, to present a thank you certificate to our honorary advisor, Dr. Cole. please remain on stage. Now, before the panel discussion, we would like to take a group photo with all the panelists. For this session, our moderator is Ms. Sharon Tang, a former journalist of TVB. Our other distinguished panelists include Professor Sophia Chan Siu Chi, former Secretary for Health of the HKSAR government, Professor Feng Hong, CEO of the CUHK Medical Center, Mr. Carl Wool, CEO of New Frontier Group, who has especially made a day trip all the way from Shanghai for today's summit, and Dr. Kelvin Mack, consultant neurosurgeon and clinical associate professor honorary at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Sure. Can we also have UCL Vice Provost, Dr. Professor Anthony Smith, to join us with the group photo. Can all London Ball co-founders and committee members please come down and join the group photo as well. Now, I kindly request Dr. Cole, Mr. Wu, and Sandy to remain on stage. Today, we're very honored to have Dr. Ko-Wing Man and Sandy to present the Outstanding Alumni Award to Mr. Carl Wu. The Outstanding Alumni Award, this is the first time we have the Outstanding Alumni Award. This award is an initiative of the London Ball Foundation aimed at celebrating the excellence of UK educator alumni and recognizing their significant achievements in Hong Kong. Today, we have the privilege of recognizing Mr. Carl Wu from the London School of Economics for his exceptional dedication and remarkable contributions to both the UK, Hong Kong community and beyond. We also extend our sincere appreciation for him for making a special one-day trip to Hong Kong, especially for today's event. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause to congratulate Mr. Carl Wu on receiving this well-deserved Outstanding Alumni Award. Thank you, Dr. Cole. Thank you, Mr. Carl Wu and Sandy. Now, before the panel kicks off, please, we would like to share a TV show broadcasted on TVB a few months ago. I'm sure a lot of you would have watched it on Saturday afternoons that were produced. Special thanks to to the support of Miss Victoria Tang, another LSE alumni, to promote our mission of attracting talents back to Hong Kong.
其實 London Ball Foundation 中華倫敦協會由我哋幾位海歸組成嘅。喺香港嘅英國畢業生咧，保守估計係大約20萬人啦，都係一個幾唔細嘅數目。咁我哋好希望咧，透過不同嘅項目啦，去凝聚班海歸啦。例如我哋嚟緊會舉辦嘅 London Ball 啦，會頒發一啲嘅 Outstanding Alumni Award， 同埋我哋同中文大學 partner 去舉辦嘅 Education Summit 教育峰會。咁希望去鼓勵喺海外讀書啦，同埋居住嘅香港人翻嚟香港創業就業，持續進修同埋回饋社會嘅。
嗰陣就話香港希望要轉型啦，希望要去搞呢個創科啦。咁我係好有呢個心，好希望係將我呢個創新嘅技術能夠帶翻去自己出生嘅地方嗰度，將佢發揚光大。咁所以有一個咁樣嘅決定之後，就即係立下決心啦，就帶埋我太太啦同埋小朋友咧，就成家 喺2018年嗰陣咧就即係成家搬翻嚟香港
嘅。始終個歸屬感咧都係喺翻喺香港呢一度，呢個係一個都幾重要同幾大嘅原因嘅。
他們在國際賽中奪得獎牌，也選擇回來香港，積極培育新一代運動員，為香港的體壇做出貢獻。
我讀完書之後咧，想翻嚟香港繼續打劍咯，想將劍擊普及化，同埋都想即係多啲教下小朋友劍擊咁樣咯，等佢哋認識運動或者劍擊。咁無論你去到邊個位啦，都要堅持確定你個目標。好難嘅時候咧，都要用一個正面嘅心態去面對。如果遇到啲唔好嘅事啦，或者可能輸咗場比賽，只不過係一次咯，就係嗰一次。咁其實你個 journey 啦好長嘅，咁所以你要堅持啦，有一個 positive attitude， 咁你就會達到你個目標啦。加油！加油！
即係俾我揀一次，一定會翻到嚟香港玩咯，因為呢度真係俾咗好多機會我咯，亦都我覺得真正係幫咗我去達成即係我個 full potential 喺體操上咯。
但係再諗深一層，我覺得我都想喺香港發展，始終屋企人喺香港啦，咁同埋香港其實係一個中心點嚟嘅，國外同埋國內嘅運動員亦都可以透過喺香港呢個地方做一啲唔同嘅交流，所以我都舉辦咗好多唔同嘅國際賽事啦，亦都帶咗啲國外嘅朋友去大中華嘅地區度去比賽啦、去交流啦，亦都去體驗生活嘅，咁我覺得呢個好有意義咯。
在這一集中，中華倫敦協會邀請了幾位在香港成長的藝術創作者，分享他們對香港的情和他們回流的心。
夢想同埋喺香港做翻香港藝術家係國際嘅夢想。
其實嗰幾年我好高興，就係因為能夠喺香港去打好個基礎，去 prepare 我之後去到美國同埋歐洲嘅發展咯。喺亞洲啦，或者香港、澳門啦，我相信其實音樂發展嘅空間係好大，絕對係非常之大。
希望可以將我做嘅廣東歌，或者將廣東歌嘅文化可以 spread 去其他唔同嘅地方，等大家知道我哋香港人，我哋做緊啲乜嘢嘅廣東歌咯。其實我覺得香港係一個真係好有多元文化嘅一個大城市啦，有唔同種族、唔同膚色嘅人都喺度居住啦，咁大家都好融合。即係呢度香港嘅歷史，令到我嗰陣時喺度長大，吸收到好多唔同西方嘅文化、音樂啊，亦都影響到我喺音樂上邊嘅領域咯。因為香港呢個地方好多音樂咧，本地音樂都由英文歌又轉化咗變成一啲好地道嘅香港廣東歌。咁其實係好獨特嘅呢個地方。我自己覺得呢個地方雖然好細，但係我哋擁有嘅，我哋係好多寶藏喺度。即係我哋香港嘅歷史，俾我哋呢一個過程裏面嘅經歷，其實已經係一個寶藏。因為喺呢個經歷裏面，我哋香港即係締造咗好多好好嘅音樂啦，同埋好多唔同行業嘅出色嘅人士。即係大家呢個咁細嘅地方，一個咁細嘅城市，令到我哋喺呢一個全個世界裏面，都成為一個好知名、擁有好獨特嘅生活文化嘅一個地方。咁所以我哋好 feel proud of 自己係一個香港人。
It's very encouraging to see all the interviewees sharing the extraordinary stories as overseas graduates returning back to Hong Kong, contributing back to the Hong Kong community. Now, before we start our panel, we would like to invite UCL Vice Provost of Faculties, Professor Anthony Smith, to say a few words.
Well, thank you so much. And Dr. Koh said he wasn't going to deliver a keynote, and then he did a fantastic one. Thank you so much. But I'm definitely not going to deliver a keynote. But I did just want to sort of say, if I may, on behalf of Sandy and the London Ball Foundation, a very warm welcome this afternoon to a whole bunch of you who I know you weren't here this morning because you were doing your studies. And so for those that weren't able to be here this morning, a really warm welcome to this afternoon's discussions. I hope you find it interesting. And I guess I hope, given that the London Ball Foundation is about the alumni of of graduates of universities in London, of which mine is one, alongside LSE, King's, Imperial, Queen Mary. You've got a snapshot of what your future could be like, because you too could be one of those alumni in not too many years' time. And I hope what you'll get from this afternoon are some insights into what it would be like studying. And you have an amazing choices in front of you, because you've got wonderful universities here in Hong Kong, 5 in the top 100 in the world, just as you have, if you look elsewhere, including, of course, I'm biased, but to London in the UK, where we've also got wonderful universities. So I just hope the sessions this afternoon will give you a chance to maybe open your minds to think about things that you perhaps haven't thought about before as to what you might wish to study and where you might wish to study. But I really hope you have a great afternoon, and it kind of you fire your passions for what you want to think about and do in your futures. But I hope you have a really enjoyable afternoon. Thank you.
Now, shall we invite our moderator, Ms. Sharon Tang? And all our distinguished panelists. First of all, Professor Chan Xiu Chi. Professor Feng Hong. Mr. Carl Wu. And Dr. Kelvin Mack. Please be seated.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the London Ball Foundation 2023 to 24 Summit. Welcome back. I'm Sharon Tang. I'm really happy to be here today to be joining you all. This section, we will be talking about the very meaningful topic of health. So first of all, let me first introduce again today our esteemed guests and speakers who have taken their time out from their busy schedules today to be joining us in this very fabulous summit. First of all, we have we have Professor Sophia Chan, former Secretary for Food and Health. And next to me, we have Professor Hong Feng, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of CUHK Medical Center. We have Dr. Kelvin Mack, Consultant Neurosurgeon and Hong Kong 10 Outstanding Young Persons. And then we have Professor Carl Wu, Co-founder and CEO of the New Frontier Group. Thank you all for joining us today. Now let me walk us through some of the background of today's summit. Now Hong Kong and many advanced nations, we are facing the pressure of rapidly aging population. The UN forecasts that Hong Kong will have the world's oldest population with over 40% of the city's population aging 65 or above by 2050. How old are you going to be in 2050? Do the math. Now, preparing for this great economy will test the resilience of labor markets and healthcare systems. So how should Hong Kong and other jurisdictions and educational institutions prepare for this? Now, I know that this health topic is very, very broad, and we have only this much time to cover a lot of subjects, but we will mainly, I'd like to mainly focus on a few topics. So namely artificial intelligence, and also how private sectors and universities can cooperate together, and also also how can Hong Kong train enough health workers to cope with all this. And I'd just like to bring the attention to the fact that today, some of the things that we're discussing are some of the brilliant minds, brewing ideas and coming up with development and facilities and equipment that you guys, as the next generation, are going to enjoy, are going to use, or are going to think about how we can push this forward. So I hope that you guys will really enjoy and listen into what we're about to talk in the next hour or so. Okay, so let's kickstart the summit on this very interesting topic on artificial intelligence and smart technology and see what everybody has to say. So I'd really like to start talking about how, obviously with AI and a lot of smart technology, so what do our speakers think that, is this good or bad to the medical spectrum overall, and how you think that this could move forward in the future with balancing out the pros and cons? Would any speaker like to speak first?
Okay, maybe I will kickstart with that.
Sure.
That's indeed a very challenging question, especially in the past year since the release of the ChatGPT, generative AI, and large language model. And that actually has been immense interest and also development on the use of AI. Prior to that, the use of AI is mainly in narrow area, like making diagnosis on radiological films or even pathological images and that sort of thing. Very narrow field. But then suddenly it's actually broadened the scope. And then to be able to potentially transform the way we deliver healthcare, the way we communicate with doctors, the way we communicate with patients. But it's not just AI, there are still few essential components actually from the technology perspective which are essential. The first is connectivity. And I think nowadays, again, we are actually seeing the potential of not just 5G, they are now talking about 5G plus or 5G advanced, and then integrated network connectivity incorporating Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and in my hospital, just next door, ultra wideband as well. All these integrated created connectivity, which is actually which is close to real time with reduced latency. So that's one thing. The other is where the data are coming from, because if you're talking about intelligence, you have to do data. And then with that connectivity is, of course, all the development on IoT, IoMT, which is Internet of Things, Internet of Medical Things. So adding all these together on top of like digital health record and that sort of thing, which the government of Hong Kong is also embarking on, the eHealth Plus initiative. So everybody with that data, then you suddenly, the potential of creating real sort of intelligence, which is actually be able to supplement sort of what we do as human beings. And there's actually a lot of complementary roles. So the whole healthcare is projected to be transformed in the next decade because of that. And you will be the generation that will be able to generate that in the future. I think it will be very challenging. And you can see that healthcare innovation is not just about not coming from doctors and nurses. It's coming from everybody. Everybody, even the customers, patients themselves will be contributing to healthcare as well. So I think that's the most exciting bit, which I feel very much as I enter into the 65 years old above age bracket.
Well, that's a very insightful exchange. Any more input on like how AI is helping us nowadays in terms of medical development?
Okay, I totally agree that whether AI is good or bad, it is essential, and it is now actually, slowly or quickly entering into our lives. Obviously, in many of the current interventions, for example, given by healthcare professionals, previously there is counseling, there is face-to-face, but more and more in many of the interventions developed by different people for healthcare, it is going towards a broader. If you look at not only AI, but technology, digital technology, as well as innovation and technology, going towards chatbot, going towards using more and more AI technology interventions. So I think it would influence healthcare not only in terms of efficiency, but also in effectiveness, as well as reaching more people where face-to-face interventions may not be able to reach.
So I've also seen how AI has been, and smart technology comes into play when there's surgery and optimizing healthcare system. I've even seen in China there are more and more robots. Actually, they have been taking up the role as a companion or a little helper for elderly who live on their own. So, for example, they can chat with them. They can deliver the drugs that they need every day. So, in the future, in the next 50 years, how will that progress and as an improve, or what are the directions in the future?
Okay, maybe I can speak
on
behalf of because bulk of New Frontiers healthcare operations are in China, and technology and artificial intelligence, as Professor Fong has mentioned, has significantly broadened over the last 12 to 18 months in terms of applications, in terms of what we could do. So I think for our group, because we're a private group and we are multi-format, that means we start from insurance to primary care, to hospitals, to rehab, home health, and the whole virtual care as well as physical care. We have been kind of discovering very significant new applications where perhaps we could improve patient journey, patient experience, and at the same time provide better cost management. So, for example, initially, obviously, imaging was a big area, but now, for example, navigation for doctors and consultants for our kind of system now have co-pilots where as our doctors speak to a patient, the co-pilot kind of recognize the voice and then provides guidance and navigations and potentially guardrails, but as well as recommendations to the doctors in terms of medications and advice and pathways, etc. And by the end of it, for those that run hospital systems know that quality of medical records obviously a huge deal, and compliance. In the past, our doctors take perhaps 30 to 40% of their time preparing for medical records, writing medical records, and particularly in compliance with the Chinese Health Bureau's requirements. So all of that could be shrunk significantly because the transcription at the end of the conversation now becomes a compliant set of records that could be processed and reviewed and edited and so on and so forth. So that's one aspect. Secondly is we're now finding ways to deliver our services outside of our facilities. So our group is a big believer that while obviously we run I think now 33 hospitals within China and 200 also outpatient centers or so. But one of our biggest pushes to take delivery of healthcare outside of the four walls into the homes, because we believe that with aging population, the care should be happen, or the bulk of that care should be happen more so virtually as well as remotely at homes. So today, actually, even today, about our home visit volume is about 20x of our hospital outpatient volume. So it's becoming a very major theme for us. But in the past, we didn't have the tools to provide remote management. It was largely labor-based services, but now with the implementation of wearables and sensors and new technologies, and with the cost curve coming down significantly, we're now finding ways to install kind of wearables and sensors that we can start to track both health data as well as activity data, assessing forest, gait, sleeping patterns, but as well as the wealth of health data, and all of that information gets fed back to our insurance program that allows us to provide better underwriting, allows us to do chronic disease management, prescription top-ups, and compliance into medical advice, and so on and so forth. So many of these things are are there where ultimately in the past, perhaps 12, 18 months ago, I think either it's too expensive or we didn't have the algorithm that's available to do so, now have become a lot cheaper and available, and allows us to now provide new installations and new modules that we could enhance better patient experience and reduce costs. So, and I think this is a big trend. So even our group in the past, perhaps technology or artificial intelligence was perhaps top 5 of our strategic initiative. Now it's number 1 in our strategic initiative. So we're allocating a lot more R&D money and technology investments into doing that. And we see this as being where the future of healthcare is.
I have a point to note or to ask. That is, it all sounds very helpful and fascinating and all that. It sounds like an amazing plan, but it also sounds like a very expensive plan. So I just would really want to see, while AI are supposed to cut cost in future, but does R&D take up a lot of cost? And how does that come, how does the resource come from?
So for the 2 examples that I just mentioned, there's significantly cost saving because consultants and doctors are very expensive. If they spend 40% of their time doing administration and medical records, it's obviously not a good use of money and or resource and time. And so with that shrinking to perhaps in the future 5% or 10%, that's significant cost saving. And then, what I just described in terms of home environment, because sensors and wearables have become so cheap. So the production cost of this would be about 100 RMB. And you could install, wearables. And if you don't need the screen, it's a lot cheaper. And sensors for perhaps the whole installation would cost perhaps several hundred RMB. And if you do it on a subscription basis, it's very cheap. And our insurance company would be very willing to pay for that because we have that data and information and it allows us to do better healthcare underwriting at home.
And so how's the reaction overall within the citizens? Do they love it?
Well, we're still trialing.
So it's still initial stage.
We're still trialing. I think at least the payers love it. And whether
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Does Dr. Mack want to put in a few thoughts too?
Yeah, so, I wear actually a few hats. So I'm a concerned neurosurgeon, a brain surgeon. So also, I consider myself as an engineer for smart hospitals and smart systems for the hospital authority and in particular Kowloon Central Cluster. As a frontline doctor, which I still do lots of operations, I did 2 yesterday, for example. I have 2 perspectives for AI development. So first of all, it's micro, and the other is macro. So for micro development, it's down to the patient level and the doctor's level. So actually, your question is that what are we looking into in the coming 15 years? What I'm going to tell you, AI is already here. For example, from radiology, that is X-ray films or CT films. In the past, we're not talking about the really old days that when I was when the intern, that I still remember that I need to take out the films, we call it wet films, from the large bag and then flip it out and look at from the light box. Gone with the days, and now it's digitalized. And like 10 years ago, the doctors, radiologists, they will sit behind the computer and then they will read the films and then they type in reports. And this is how it goes. But today, we already have AI implemented in lots of the hospital authority hospitals and clinics already. For example, from chest x-rays to brain scans. The AI system can already process preliminarily the data, and then they can actually pick up lesions that can otherwise be missed or easily be missed by doctors. Especially we're talking about an aging population. There's a retiring a large group of doctors will reach the retirement age. And of course, the whole world, as in Hong Kong, are short of doctors. Not only Hong Kong, but it's a worldwide problem. So AI can help, first of all, to help tackle the attrition problem. There's a manpower shortage. And secondly, it can be actually working tirelessly 24/7 without the need to sleep unless there's out of electricity. It doesn't fatigue. And then, fatigue is a big problem with human beings. Now, I'm sure that some of you might be wondering, the mind may be wondering now, because of the full lunch, that is norm, that is fatigue, but the computer will not. So without this factor of human error, then it can be even more accurate. And for doctors, we're very, very cautious of not making a mistake that will cost the patient's life. Okay, so the radiologist part is here. And secondly, for treating patients in the past, it's reactive. Say, for example, if you've got unluckily cancer, okay, then we offer treatment. So this is reactive. That is, you've got the disease, then respond. However, in the future, and actually it's now already, we're talking about preventive medicine and also predictive medicine. So what we're doing now in our hospital, for example, we're developing deterioration models using big data, conglomerating a lot of vital signs, for example, that digitalized already. So for the audience, what is digital? Anyone have used a fax machine for students? Do you know what's a fax machine? Probably not. So that's analog. So now we're talking about computer, emails, WhatsApp, they are digital. So we're using the digital data and, for example, the vital signs, for example, blood pressure, a temperature, they're all charted digitally already, and they're automated, like using the IoT devices, which I've the privilege to visit Professor Feng's wonderful smart hospital, and I learned a lot from the facility, and they're all connected, and same as my hospital as well. So we connect all these information and give a prediction. So the doctors will know, for example, patient A is going to deteriorate in the coming 24 hours with a 90% chance, where patient B, he is going to be safe. So that leads to another level, the macro level. Now in Hong Kong, we're short of hospital beds because of the land problem, and the public system takes care of 85% of the population in Hong Kong. So we need a quick turnover of beds, especially during the COVID time. For example, for my hospital in Queen Elizabeth Hospital, it has been turned into a designated COVID hospital back then. So what we're using the system in AI is that we predict which patients are going to be safe and stable, and they can be discharged home as early and, of course, as safe as possible. And this is made possible by using AI, and we've also developed a command center to link up all these kind of information together, and we successfully transformed the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, busy tertiary referral center, to a COVID-designated hospital within 2 weeks' time. So this is just an illustration of lots and lots of facets of AI, how it's helping already, if not going to help the healthcare system in Hong Kong.
I don't know why, from this pure discussion of the health topic, all of a sudden I thought of a drama. I don't know any one of you have heard of that. It's a drama called Grey's Anatomy. It's a medical drama. It's so good. I recommend everybody to watch it just to kill time, or if you ever want to learn about the medical world. They have 20 seasons, and the fact that they have been filming it for so many years shows how the technology has advanced, and throughout that advancement, how that can, cure, heal, and help people. So I just thought about that. And on that light note, let's switch to another aspect of the health topic. Now, the second subject that I would really want to discuss today during this panel is mental health. I think that mental health issue is something that's affecting not just Hong Kong, it's a world problem, it's a global problem. There's Mental Health Day, mental health awareness initiatives everywhere in the world. Obviously, in the past few years, there's COVID, there's a pandemic. I've heard a lot of stories about how people can't cope with the real life because they have been stuck too long at home. There's emotional problems, there's some mental problems, and also with social media, you kids, you're on your phone all the time, and you tend to, because of peer pressure, you're on your phone all the time, and there's social media, and you compare yourself, and then you also need to balance out your academics, etc. So mental health issue really is not just affecting adults, but also, basically everybody from all ages. So right now in Hong Kong, there are a lot of mental health initiatives. For example, there's a hotline, there's home visits, they are training up people to help identify people with possible problems and symptoms, etc. So is it true that the Hong Kong government is really putting all their hearts into, pouring their efforts into working out, more initiatives, and how do we think about, basically how can we further help people who might be combating against mental health? That's how, because a lot of times I think people with possible anxiety, depression, they know or they might not know. and they are very scared to reach out. I think that's the problem. So from your experience, like how should the administration, help in basically help, these patients or people as such? And yeah. Any speakers would like to add?
Okay, sure. Sure, I think, the World Health Organization actually said, health is not only physical health, it's also mental health. So no health without mental health. So therefore, it denotes how important it is. Obviously, especially after COVID, actually we notice there are more and more different mental health problems. On the one hand, I think we should have more practitioners that deal with these mental health problems. But on the other hand, if we look into the future, prevention is important, because if we continue to treat only treatment and only build hospitals, psychiatric hospitals to deal with the mental health problems, and without looking into prevention, then I'm sure there will be more mental health problems coming. Especially the government is now embarking on a primary healthcare new journey, where there are lots of these district health centers, in all the 18 districts in Hong Kong, dealing with primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. So I think preventive interventions would be very important. And also I think mental health would not only defer to practitioners. I think everyone in this room would be also responsible for your own health. It's also related. For example, there are youth suicide and also other suicide mental health problems. The schools, the parents are also part of this whole game of coming together to improve people's mental health in addition to the individual.
So are there any examples how, before we wrap up the panel discussion, are there any examples of how, or not just on mental health subject, but how should universities and private sector join hands in creating initiatives, be it mental health or any problems, basically? Do we have any input on that?
I think there are several. I mean, certainly after COVID, actually we can see the problem, somehow exaggerated or expressed in a more explicit manner in this community, both in terms of like suicidal rate and all sorts of things. And I think we have to, going back, we've been talking about mental health as an issue, as a health system challenges for decades, and it's continued to be a challenge. And we have to ask the question, what are the barriers in order to actually ensure the sort of really mental health of the population as a whole? And certainly, there are things like stigma continues the problem. There are things like access to sort of primary care problems, certainly. To what extent primary care and a practitioner and the way primary care is organized and be able to actually address sort of mental health problem. But also cost as well. Barring from the public sector, of course, public sector is crowded with patients, long queues and all that, although you don't have to pay a lot. But in the private sector, it's expensive. Seeing a psychiatrist, seeing a clinical psychologist is expensive, and rightly so, because they spend a lot of time with the patient, a lot of attention, but it's not many people can afford. So we have to find a solution that is actually based at the primary care level, that can be actually infiltrated to schools, to workplace, to families, that will be able to actually support. We all have life experiences, and we have ups and downs in our life. Sometimes we feel very excited about things, and sometimes we feel down a little bit. This is actually human nature, So it is those down moments where we will be there, we will be able to seek helping hands, seek support with our family or peers or whatever. I think that level of sort of community building is important. And therefore, it speaks a lot on alternative solutions apart to formal care, like psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, and all that, the informal aspect. Recently, I've read a report which is produced by Man Hong Kong on their pilot scheme of actually training young people like you as youth mental well-being practitioners, that provide peer support, train, supervise peer support to like secondary school students and people in adolescence when they face stress, how to accommodate the stress, which produce very positive and encouraging results. And at the Chinese University, at the Department of Psychology, we've been actually adopting, again, we talk about UK, so model developed from the Success University on psychological well-being practitioners. So we've been training all those kind of, maybe you could, I don't know, maybe not be fair to say that they are sub-professional, but actually more available, the trained staff that will be able to provide more accessible and cost-effective psychological support and well-being. I think these are the models that we need to sort of explore, new models. And I think universities certainly have a role to play because it's through education, we can bring about innovation. Through research, we can pilot new model of care, new way of providing care, and this is what, as you see, we've been doing. And I think on this, especially in the private sector, you also have the big role to play. Private sector is not always about earning money, but it's also about how to actually make private healthcare affordable. I think this is actually should be one of the missions as well. I'm sure Carl will share that mission as well.
Absolutely, I agree so much because it's different community and different parties joining hands to help the world make the world a better place. So thank you very much for our speakers for the input. Round of applause for our speakers. Now I am sure that our students have a lot of questions to ask our speakers. So for questions that you would like to ask, you can raise your hand and we will assist you. And you can also ask in any language that you feel comfortable. So this boy first.
All right. So my name's Darren Pun, and first of all, Professor Sophia Chan, thank you for your hard work and contributions during the COVID period. I remember watching the news with my family every 4:30 on TVB, yeah. So, okay, so to get on with my question. Well, actually, I think all of you guys can share your opinions on this matter, which is, I think as you guys all know, ChatGPT can pass a medical exam. And a lot of medicine now, as you've just mentioned, for example, chatbots can do preliminary diagnoses. And in a lot of fields such as radiology and laparoscopic surgery, it's mostly like AI. So I would like to know, what are your opinions on what the modern doctor or like the doctor in the future, maybe 10, 15 years later will be like? Because like, as a secondary student, I'm also interested in going into the medical field. So what will medical education be like in the future? Will doctors be like, sort of like pilots and AI being autopilot, if you know what I mean? Or will the doctor become something else, an entirely new profession whatsoever? Yep, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Darren.
Well, maybe I give a quick answer. As a doctor, I'm not afraid of AI. And as a matter of fact, we should use it as a tool, as an assistant. Now, I like the term actually co-pilot. Co-pilot, AI is a good co-pilot, just like your analogy, is not going to overtake a doctor's role. Because being a doctor is more complicated than you think. We need to have empathy. Empathy, if you know what it means you think in another person's shoes. It is something that AI lacks. And actually, I'm working on quite a number of projects on AI, and prompt engineering is something that is very popular now. It's not about, it's like zero coding, is not using Python or C++, etc. But then you write the prompts to guide how the AI thinks. Now, whatever we ask no matter how sophisticated we're asking the ChatGPT or other large language models, LLMs, by the way, ChatGPT is just one of these. They're not going to show adequate empathy. So back to your question, why does it pass a medical exam? To be honest with you, it's cheating because it's gathering all the data from online and it's kind of confabulating. Now for doctors, we never confabulate. it is very dangerous to confab it. But then taking exams is different from being practicing. Taking exam is just yes and no. You get the answer right or answer wrong. But then as a doctor, we cannot lie to our patient, or we cannot say something we don't know, but yet we think we make it up and explain to the patient. So I would say in the future, doctors still would remain a large part of the same role which my mentors used to be, or like Professor Fong used to be, or like Dr. Ko is practicing been for decades. But then we need to make use of AI to take over some tedious work. For example, as I mentioned, diagnosis to prediction. Prediction is like intuition. Okay, sometimes we have intuition, we think this patient is going to turn bad because of just a feeling, okay? But AI is going to make it more scientific. So I hope I answered your question.
Let me supplement that by quoting Professor Joseph Song, who is our previous Vice Chancellor. Since he's now in Singapore and doing a lot of research and study on especially on the ethical issues in relation to the use of AI. But he last December, I invited him to come back, and then in our seminar, in symposium, he talked about AI. And he ended his talk with one quote, which I think is very important. And he said, in the future, AI is not going to replace doctors. But doctors who do not use AI will be replaced by doctors who use AI.
Yeah, exactly, I agree.
Okay, we have another question.
Hi, my name is Bess from Harrow School, Hong Kong, and my question is worded quite similarly, but it's actually directed towards Mr. Carl Wu. You mentioned that there are apps that are tailored towards tracking your sleep and tracking, more specific internal regulations about you. And I feel like the reason why doctors currently outweigh AI is because they're more specific, they're more empathetic, and they tailor towards the personal biology of different people, which is why they have more expertise in that area. But wouldn't you say with the rise of more of these technological developments, these apps can technically help diagnose the patients themselves, and that they're able to utilize, you sleep more, I suppose you take drugs, something like of those areas, and to say that, okay, this disease is this level of severity, therefore you need these kind of steps of regulation. And wouldn't you say that it's more important for those patients who can't afford healthcare, and whereas in the topic of empathy wouldn't be as necessary as finding an immediate cure? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. So I do want to echo the previous point, which is for us, obviously, technology has become our most important initiative, but our entire focus is to create tools so our practitioners can be more effective, can provide safer, higher quality services to our patients. So I agree that these technology will never be able to replace the practitioners themselves, because there are judgments or empathies and other things that really, at least in the foreseeable future, I don't foresee us replacing what we currently have, but it's meant to make our practice safer and of higher quality. Now, these apps that you mentioned, they've always been in existence, and I think some of the shortcomings of these apps prior to some of the things that we've been trying to do is that perhaps a lot of patients fall out of habit from using them, or certain patients didn't have the professional guidance to use them, or sometimes the data become non-medical or did not come with medical advice or relevance, and then they fall out of habit, or perhaps that no one ended up paying for those services because healthcare is who pays for it, what's your outcome, why certain things are done that way. And the scenario that I mentioned just now, perhaps creating these sensors and wearables into the home environment and track certain data, our hope is that you could link up these stakeholders, because the stakeholders that I'm talking about is the clinicians in the hospitals, the patients or the customers, and then ultimately the payers, which are the insurance companies. Because I feel that in order to be successful, all of these people have to come in line. And so what I just described as a scenario is that if the data only stays within the smartphone of the patients, it's very likely, as per other cases, they will fall out of habit and it becomes irrelevant over time, which has been the case. What I hope is that this data actually now linked back to our primary care, cardiologists, primary care doctors, and they could use that to work with the patients to achieve certain outcomes. And I also mentioned that insurers are very happy to see that outcome because that data gets fed back to the insurance company so that we could do better underwriting and then incentivize the clinicians and the patients to work towards better outcome. Now, in the past, these were separate, disparate parties, but what's unique about our company is that we play different roles. We do home health, we have primary care, we have cardiologists, we have insurance companies, and they all kind of work together to achieve that outcome. Ultimately, I don't know whether we'll be successful, but again, in order for a platform or a proposition like this to be successful, I feel that getting the stakeholders to work is what is important here.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Over here, please.
Hello, my name is Ethan and I'm from VSA. Thank you for the presentation. Can I ask that what collaborations can be done with other countries to address the problem of Hong Kong's rapidly aging population?
Well, I think it's not only Hong Kong, but it's aging population around the world. So Hong Kong is not doing that bad, actually. I think the government has been trying to promote, for example, the young couples to give birth to the younger, to make the population, the average age, younger. And if you talk about other developed countries, for example, Japan, it's really a bad issue. Now, of course, we still face a problem of doctors retiring and also public sector doctors going to the private sector for practice. Now, for example, the Hospital Authority and also the government of Hong Kong has been working really hard in introducing non-locally trained doctors. For example, those who work or studied and worked in the UK, and also some in around the world, for example, in the GBA and also China as well, where language is not a big problem. Now, this is to create more supply to the healthcare system. Now, of course, we also know that there's a problem that no matter how active we are trying to attract doctors to come to Hong Kong, there still will be a shortage. So that's why AI comes into place. Some repetitive work or some on-call work can actually be made more effective, if not, I won't say the word replacing, but will be more effective with AI. And as mentioned, it has already been happening. And something actually to supplement, which I agree with Carl as well, is not only the private sector that use the wearables monitoring, but also in public sector, because actually a lot of the population in Hong Kong actually is taken care of by the public sector in the primary healthcare. We're actually establishing quite a robust model of telemedicine. I don't know if you've have family who've suffered from COVID and you've used the service of the telemedicine. I see some heads nodding there of getting the medicine for COVID patients. I myself have tried it. I've got COVID back then, of course, and it's really impressive. And we're also working on a model of remote monitoring using wearables, using sensors, and also something less sophisticated, using just questionnaires or using self-reporting tools, which are all can be done by using just a smartphone. And then we have the algorithms behind, and that can reduce the need for hospitalization. So the scarce resource mainly is about the hospital beds and also the number of doctors who take care of the patients who are really sick. So and also Professor Sophia Chan has been working really hard previously and also currently on the primary healthcare. So Hong Kong is an interesting system that primary healthcare is less established than the rest of the world. For example, when compared to the UK, that patients, when they get sick, they jump directly to see the specialists, whereas around the world, it's actually to see the GPs first. Now, we're working on that, and hopefully that will solve at least part of the problem in the future.
Let me chip in a little bit in terms of the aging population. So when you talk about aging population, you should not actually just focus on health and care alone. I think going back to the very fundamental issue, it's how age-friendly is the living environment for the elderly. I think that's the most important aspect. And say, for example, in Hong Kong, 55% of our population live in public housing estate. And we have to ask the question, how age-friendly are our public housing estates in order to enable and empower our elderly citizens like me, to live an active life, to be healthy, to create an environment that enables us to be socialized, take loneliness away from us. This is part of the mental health as well. So these are all important aspects. And I think at the present moment, there's awareness in Hong Kong on that, especially some are related to on the university side, like at our university again across the railway station in our School of Architecture, we start to have groups to actually look into this particular aspect. And I know the larger community, of sort of planning, architect, build environment, everybody is actually looking at that, how to actually make sure that our living environment is conducive to health, not healthcare, right? I think this is important. And that's why when you talk about health, aging population, you can see that it's not just about doctors and nurses. You've got a much broader picture. Everybody has a role to play. Yeah? Everybody can contribute something, in the future to actually make, aging population not a problem. Yeah, it's not a problem. It's a challenge, but we don't see that as a problem.
Maybe I can also add that because our group was very focused on the aging population because I think the direct implications of aging population is, we have a health economics challenge, which is as population becomes older, the disease burden increases because most of the disease is health related. And on average, 60 plus or 70 plus population spends almost 10x more on healthcare expenditure than the younger populations. And I think this requires very significant kind of public policy changes because what's the direct, most immediate implication that we're going to see, especially in China, I think Hong Kong slightly better, is that a lot of patients will, because the way the health system is designed in China, and to some extent Hong Kong as well, is that a lot of the resource stays in tertiary acute settings. And with patients going into tertiary acute settings, it's going to, health inflation, supply shortage. It's a problem that you cannot just deal with by, if you build more tertiary acute hospitals, become even more expensive. So in our view, is the way to do it is one is you have to kind of push and build a significant primary care. Thank you, Professor Chen. Primary care network, and then on the other hand, create a significant post-acute network. And that's why our group have been over the years kind of investing heavily into rehabilitation health, home health, and the whole point is that so patients can get discharged more quickly, more safely into kind of safe environments, cheaper environments, and then we keep the resource in tertiary acute settings for people that really need it because they're coming, and it's very predictable as anyone that studied demographics.
Thank you. Do we have? We see a lot of hands, so over here, please.
Shall we take one last question as we are quite short of time?
Okay.
Sure. Hello, here's Helen, and currently I'm an engineering student from a CHK. So I'm also doing some kind of a mental health project at school. And because in engineering school, most of our training focuses on like rational thinking or logical deduction. But talking about mental health problems, there's so many things to do with empathy because we have to actively listen to our patients or to our clients. So my question is, are there some skill or some way for an engineer to who prioritize logical thinking over empathy or emotion to contribute to the mental health or make some positive impacts? Thank you.
Well, let me address that. I don't know how to. I have some interaction with biomedical engineering department from CHK, but most of my interaction are at the medical school. And And to be very frank, Calvin talked about, Dr. Mack talked about empathy, which is important. So at the medical school, we are also thinking, working on how to actually train and develop our doctors to be more empathetic. And we are also starting to explore ways to introduce or strengthen empathy training in our medical curriculum, and maybe for our sort of nurses as well. So these are the kind of things that we are exploring. But it's actually very difficult to teach, I must admit. It's not easy to teach. And because some of these are experiential, which is important, human-to-human interaction. But I think increasingly, they will become an important part, of our education as a whole, I hope. Because with more IT, more technology, more engineer, it also speaks for the fact that we really need more human-to-human interaction and empathy with each other.
Does Professor Chen want to?
Yeah, I think it's good to hear that you recognize, not only rational thinking is important, but then the development of empathy is also important. I agree with Dr. Fong that it's very difficult to teach, but I think you should capitalize on any opportunity of having human touch, with people, and I think through these experiences that you would really slowly develop, empathy. Just now we talk about AI. I think actually AI can never replace human touch. There are things like doctor-patient relationship, and all these relationships are developed based on interactions, compassion, and also empathy. So these are soft skills that I think everyone would have to develop in addition to technology.
Yes, may I just add a bit? I see a lot of audiences are youth, actually. I myself I'm serving on the Youth Development Commission of the government as well as a court member. So we really emphasize on mental health. It's not a health problem, but we want to improve the mental health in general, especially for the younger generation. We know that it's very difficult to live a good life in Hong Kong, actually. It's a lot of stresses, education system, the prospect, and lots of things. Now, to stay empathetic is important. That is to stay connected. I think it's important to stay connected via both online and offline. Now, if I'm going to tell you, throw your smartphones, lock it up, and join a day camp or so, how many of you are going to join it? Show of hands? Good. But
just a few.
Okay, just a few, I would say. Less than half. The prerequisite is just throw away your smartphone. No, you're not going to do that. So the important way to do this is stay online to offline and offline back to online. And how to do this is that you make use of technology to stay connected with your peers, with your friends, and to embrace knowledge and to embrace change. One of the stresses is always change. It's human nature to be skeptical of changes because of the uncertainty. Even though it might do good, but you will be still afraid. So it happens to you every day about your classes tomorrow, your examination next month, or the DSE, or the other kinds of all sorts of IB, etc., the examinations, which I've already got lost contact a little bit, yet I'm glad that I'm actually the president of the LaSalle College All Boys Association, so I'll still be connected with the school. But anyways, the topic is that you need to stay connected. To be empathetic, you need to know what others are thinking, and to keep pace of what the world is rapidly evolving, and in this way, you will be aware of the happenings as well. I think this is the way to be at least to have a feeling of being in control of yourself and in control of things happening around you, and that can ease the stress, and hopefully that will improve the mental health as well in general.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for our 4 speakers today. Wonderful exchange. Thank you very much. I hope you all have some beautiful intakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon, as our moderator, and thank you, our panelists. Before you leave, we would like to present all of you, our panelists and our moderator, some certificates. May we also invite our co-founders and committee and subcommittee members to join our group photo. Now, before we move on to our final panel, we invite you to enjoy another networking break. We'll reconvene at 3:20 for our Arts and Creative Industries panel. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice break. Our third panel discussion of the day explores the captivating intersection of arts and creative industries. Hong Kong's emergence as a creative and an international innovation hub presents incredible opportunities for collaboration. Our panelists will discuss the current opportunities, challenges, and trends in the arts and creative sectors in Hong Kong. They will also explore potential areas for collaboration between Hong Kong and other jurisdictions. Now, without further ado, let's introduce our distinguished panelists for the next session. Our moderator is Ms. Sabrina Low, Features Editor at Tatler Hong Kong. Joining her on stage are Dr. Florence Cheung Lin, founder of Tian Art Foundation and the Conservatory of International Style and Culture Arts, who has flown especially from Beijing for our summit today. We also have Ms. S. Alice Mong, President of Asia Society Hong Kong. And Professor Jillian Choi, Director of the Hong Kong Academy of Performing Arts. Thank you, all of you.
All right, thank you very much, Derek. Welcome all to the closing panel, which is about arts and culture. And I'm super happy to be here today with, like so many talents here and leaders as well. And our topic today is going to be about how are Hong Kong's arts and creative industries working to create a future for the city's cultural development and international status. Now, before the opening of this panel, I was just going to say, I was chit-chatting with Alice. I was just asking, I'm curious about, how many students here, sitting here today, are going to be pursuing an arts degree. And I'm not going to be asking for a show of hands right now, but hopefully after listening to this panel, maybe you can gain some insights from the latest trends of the arts industry and creative industries. And I suppose I would love to start the panel by sort of like getting an overview of what's happening in the culture scene and art scene right now. Maybe each of you can give me sort of like your field of expertise and your insights into that.
Thank you. Thank you, Serena. I'm really delighted to be here, and I want to thank the Wall Foundation for organizing such a great. I'm so happy to see so many students here, and by the way, I'm going to be recruiting you. So seriously, I will be. But I think what's really exciting now for me, I think we're the beginning of the Art Week, and next week I know there will be 2 art fairs. There's a cultural summit, a lot of stuff going on. And I think, the arts and cultural sector, and there's a tech component to it, is booming in Hong Kong. And not just Hong Kong, I think in this region, China, all of Asia. I know, Team Lab has an installation that's going to be on Tamer, on all of that. So I personally feel, that's one of the reasons I came back from New York 12 years ago, is that I feel the arts and cultural sector is going to grow tremendously, and rightly so. Asia Society we opened 12 years ago, our new center, even though we've been around since 1990. Then subsequently you saw Dai Gun, Central Police Station, many of you been to Dai Gun, PMQ, M+, Palace Museum. So the government as well as the community had been investing in the hardware of the arts and cultural sector. And then lately, we've been adding the tech component to it, which is, and the universities have definitely been playing a role in that. So I think it's really a dawn of a new day, and that's why this summit is this meeting is so important for us to, show young people the opportunity. Yes, there's going to be challenges, but I think with challenges, there's going to be exciting opportunity. And the gateway, I think we talked about, in fact, to death about the role of Hong Kong as the super connector in East and West, whatever. We've heard it all before, but I think the reality when it comes to the arts and cultural sector, I think Hong Kong really has a great potential in the next 5 to 10 years. And this is one of the reasons I think students, if you're looking into, you may not need to join it right away, but you can go into business. There's a business side of arts and cultural sector. There's such wonderful opportunities right now. Despite AI and because of AI and because of technology, there's going to be a lot of wonderful opportunities ahead in this sector.
It's definitely great to hear. What about you, Jillian? Because you work in the education department for so long, and maybe you can give us sort of like an overview of what the arts and culture scene is like today.
Well, I would say my conclusion is that art and culture in Hong Kong is exploding. We can see that, like what Alice was saying, I mean, just this week we have a cultural summit, we have Art Central, we have Art Basel, a number of things. But what's important is, even looking at data, in Hong Kong, every year there are more than 8,000 cultural-related, arts and cultural-related activities in Hong Kong. I mean, just for Academy itself, I will boast a little bit that our employment of our, everybody is thinking performing artists, nobody wants them, they can't get a job. But for the Academy, the last year's data, actually over 94% of our graduates within 3 months actually gets a job. And the average job offer is 5 per graduate. They get 5 offers per graduate. So that's phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. So why? Because there's enough around even just this city. And obviously, some of them are able to go into mainland China and in Europe and mainly, and of course in Southeast Asia. So, and of course, we're looking at GBA as well. GBA is huge. Just Shenzhen itself is going to be opening, I think, 3 new venues in the next couple of years. So that the opportunities are absolutely there. So if you are thinking of pursuing the arts, performing arts, actually, don't be too scared about it. If this is something you absolutely want to do, it's your passion to go ahead with it. Really, I think you will find a lot of support and help from the local government, which is really pushing arts and culture at the moment. There's a lot of funding. There's funding, scholarships, etc., that you can actually apply for. So really, I see a lot of future in arts and culture. So although all the time, we're looking at technology, but technology now, we're talking about arts technology. And arts technology, what it is it used to be called media arts or media technology. What it is how technology can be connected to the arts or the art to technology, and how technology can enhance what we do creatively. It's not replacing the arts or your creative self. It's actually extending what you can do. So you still have traditional theater, traditional entertainment, visual arts, etc., but it means that you can now explore another realm altogether. So I think it's promising, and I have all the hopes in the world that we're going to see Hong Kong definitely as a very important hub, and for any of you who want to develop your career in the arts to have a very good future.
That's great to hear. And with Flora, I would like to also ask about the trend in terms of maybe its relations to Beijing as well, because I know that you are based in Beijing. And how do you see the relationship between Beijing and Hong Kong when it comes to arts developments?
Thank you. All of you are so young. Yeah, I come from the past. My father started the first Chinese to be the Urban Council chairman. It was all British people. Nothing against the British people. We love British people. Yes, but I think that time there was only one city hall. And now there's so many museums, and there's like over 50,000 seats per night for performing arts. So Hong Kong has come a long way, but we are so lucky because we've had the world culture coming to Hong Kong. Everyone brilliant, famous, has come to Hong Kong, and Hong Kong has been such an important bridge. But now we're transmitting this and able to use China, because China, nothing has been open before, and now it's so open that you guys, this is called crossover lifestyle. I have an academic school in dance, philosophy, history, ballet, modern, any choreography. So it's even fashion because it's costume. So we tell students, I know you want to be a doctor, I want you, physicians, physics, everything major important. But if you can integrate that with AI, dance, performing arts, audiovisual, everything can be. So then you can have a few more careers. So nobody has one career. I was a poor little ballerina. My mom and dad thought, oh, she's going to be very poor because she just does ballet all day. But then I had to learn, because I was lucky to go to the Royal Ballet. You do everything. The first Chinese have to choreograph, have to do your own costumes, design your posters, everything, makeup. What do you want? What is the theme? So therefore, my father says, well, why don't you apply this to your life? So now in China, when I went in, there were no companies. I was the first Chinese. I did fashion, and I'll tell you about it later. From fashion to performing arts to education now, you just go and do it. It's got so much opportunity, so many opportunities all over China. So don't be scared to cross the border.
Yeah,
a lot of opportunities here, London, China, everywhere.
Absolutely. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the past, since you mentioned the past as well. I wanted to ask, because if I remember correctly, you mentioned that you studied at the Royal Ballet at the age of 9, and then back then there weren't a lot of, Chinese or Asian members in the Royal Ballet. What opportunities or challenges did you experience in the past? And I suppose I also want to extend this question to the rest of our speakers as well. What opportunities, weren't given back then that you see are available nowadays in terms of the, arts development career, things like that?
This is a true history. When I got in, I was the first Chinese girl. I mean, literally, the students would come and touch my hair, like, I said, I will not electrify you because my hair is black. But the fact is, at that time, there were no Chinese people in the Royal Ballet, okay? And I wanted to be a choreographer, and until today, there is no Chinese choreographers in the Royal Ballet. But it is a difficult thing because it's years and years of history that people bring forward. I was very creative. I wanted to do Chinese. Anything, because I have a family member in Indonesia and in South America. My dad is from South America, Guyana. We have ethnic things. So we are minorities since small, so I know how to integrate into mainstream. You have to break through into mainstream. Just going, living somewhere, don't do it. Knocking on doors, I'm just going to live in your country doing basic work. Don't do that. Be somebody, make a difference, integrate into mainstream. I had to do that. I couldn't speak Cantonese very well. I left too early. I couldn't speak Mandarin. I couldn't speak French when I went to Russia, Russian. Everything you have to learn. So I do feel there were no doors open. And you think there are more doors open? Yes, because you have to be the door opening, the key. You got to go and do AI. You got to go and learn many languages. I had to open all these companies because there were no companies that will understand our cross-cultural background. And Hong Kong people are very cross-cultural background people. So I think a lot of people coming to Hong Kong to study, to APA, and magnificent names, but we want to build Chinese inventors, Chinese choreographers, Chinese designers, artists, brilliant dancers that are all over the world now. So that's the same question. There are not much opportunities that you have to create it. You have to design it.
What about Gillian and Alice? Similar observation?
Well, my family has been in Hong Kong for generations, so I remember, certainly, in the 70s, and actually not many people know about it, but I was desperate to be a dancer in those days. But my parents weren't too keen, I think, on sending me off, I think your parents actually has the foresight of sending you off at night, at the age of 9. But by the time I was about 12 or 13, it was pretty clear that I'm not going to go in that direction in terms of dance. But I was really quite determined that my love for basically dance, film, drama, etc. That was in me, and that's actually what I wanted to do. What my parents didn't do, they did not push me into the arts, but I remember my father also told us girls, don't go into medicine because it's too tough, it's too hard. So my brothers went into medicine, like my father, but the three of us, the three girls, are all in the arts. So basically, we were discouraged to go into sciences. So that was great for me. So basically, when I did go to university, there was only one condition from my parents: get a degree. In those days, that's what parents think about. You've got to have a degree. But in these days, it's no longer. I mean, there are so many opportunities, even programs in universities and colleges, in vocational training, etc., that could lead you to the same place that you want to be. So I think it's important that we don't think that, my DSE results weren't so great, my IB wasn't so great, or GCSE, I have no future, I'm gonna, please don't think that way, because I've seen people who have gone into vocational training or even just go into apprenticeship who end up actually doing really, really well. I think that the important thing is what's in your heart, what you really want for yourself. I really believe it's a bit of a cliche, but where there's a will, there's a way. So you've got to know what you want and understand yourself and where your talents are and try every opportunity to develop it. And I think that's extremely important. So what we weren't given in those days in the 70s or 80s is people always thought about, parents always put you into business or professions, you've got to be an accountant or a doctor, a lawyer, or you fail, It's not that. It's not that at all. I've seen people go into those professions because their parents want them to, and they don't do very well, and they're miserable all their lives. Or at the moment, in fact, it's quite a phenomenon at the Academy, is that we are seeing a lot of young people who finish their degree at other universities, such as in biology, in business, and even lawyers, with a Hong Kong U degree in law, actually start with us again, because that's actually what they always wanted to do. So they've done what their parents wanted them to do, so they're willing to come back and start from year one in an undergraduate degree for 4 years to do what they love to do. So I would urge you to, just know yourself and know there are many opportunities, whatever you want to do.
That's really wonderful advice, I think, talking about our own personal background, I was 10 years old when I immigrated to the States. I was born in Taiwan, and my parents, we immigrated to the States, and I was a minority, kind of Flora was talking about it, and growing up in the US, not seeing a lot of Asians, business as well as the arts or sports or any of that. So I was always curious. And, my role models, actually the 70s, you guys are too young. But back then, when we would go to Chinatown, was go see Chinese movies or pick up magazines from movie magazine or 老夫子. 老夫子 was what we grew up with, right? And so we had cultural influences. It was Chinatown. And so I was always looking for role models, Asian, anybody who looked like me in different businesses, whether it's arts, government, or whatever. And then I had the fortune of working for an organization in 2003, a group called Committee of 100, which is founded by Ian Pei and Yo-Yo Ma. These are Chinese Americans who have achieved prominence in their field. And that was when you realize you have prominent Chinese Americans or people who look like me in the arts, in business. I mean, and again, from 70s to the 2000s, right? Back then, it was, Bruce Lee or Deng Lijun or Teresa Teng. I mean, those were the only ones that, but now look at what you guys are looking at. You're watching BTS, the Korean, the K-pops, the K-waves, the Japanese manga. I mean, so if you think about the influence, I mean, Asia, I think in the West anyway, it's like we're no longer the other. Used to be, I think, we were the other. We weren't cool. In fact, it was really nerdy to be Asian, right? When we were going to, but now it's really cool. Our culture, whether it's Chinese culture, Asian culture, or whatever. I was in Japan 2 weeks ago, and I went and spent 3 hours in Team Lab. I mean, my God, Asian culture is, because of creativity. We've always had it. So one of the things we had to overcome was, like you said, along the way, convincing our parents or pursue the arts and creativity and all of that. And I was so excited a year ago when, watching the Oscar. This year, the Oscars, but who cares? Last year, I actually hosted an Oscar watch party at Asia Society. And Tan Dun's son, Sean, was interning for us. He helped us host it, right? And to see Asian, people like Michelle, and then Tan Dun also winning the Oscar for composing. Once you start seeing people like me, like us, like, Ang Lee was one of my first, I don't know if you guys were there when Crouching Tiger won the Oscar. Again, we don't need that validation. Hong Kong, growing up, Hong Kong was always the cultural hub for Asia, right? I mean, I grew up in Taiwan watching a movie made in Hong Kong, whether it's in Mandarin or in Cantonese. I mean, Hong Kong was like Bollywood of its day. And somewhere along the way, we kind of started focusing more on the finance. But we always had that DNA. And what I find really interesting right now, the most popular TV show right now, the streaming, Shanghai Blossom, is directed by Wong Kar-wai, right? Everybody's talking about it, right? So, and even the West is talking about it. So I just feel like right now, compared to when we were growing up, there's so much more opportunity. Netflix is doing things that are Asian themed. And so for when I look at young people, when I look at opportunity, don't box yourself in. You're not just somebody from Hong Kong. You're from Asia. You have creative talent. Think big. And I only could think big growing up in the United States. And you guys, Hong Kong is part of China, one country, two system. You are Chinese. I'm Chinese. I'm Chinese American. I'm very proud of my bilingual, my bicultural. So when you think big, then the opportunity is there. But when you think small, then, like, again, I admire a lot of the Japanese, the creative talents. Again, Team Lab. I mean, again, it's not about language, it's about creativity. And we all have it. But it's just sometimes our parents, yes, sometimes you do have to do what your parents say. And if I did what my parents wanted me to do, I would have been miserable computer scientist. And this is 70s, computer science, or 80s. I'm not interested in computers. But I didn't pursue that, but I did go into government. I also went into a private sector. I got my EMBA. And now my third career is arts management. And so another thing, what Jillian said is so true. I have one of my best friends. She wanted to be a lawyer all her life, Chinese American, her parents, she wanted to be a lawyer. And by the time she became a lawyer, she was a corporate lawyer for about a good 20 years before she decided law was boring. She did not enjoy it as much as she thought. So she went to, she's right now in London getting her 3rd degree, Goldsmith. I think she did SOAS. And so you could, now you guys have choices that maybe some of us didn't have before. And choices is up to you to decide. And again, business is not a bad way to get started. One thing I really would love to see universities or here is like, you can't change careers. It's okay to change careers, right? Nowadays, in fact, when we hire young people, every 2 years or 1 year they're changing. That's not a habit I like, but you guys know what you want, also what we've gone through with COVID. But changing careers and changing is okay, but you still need to have solid fundamentals, whether it's a journalism career or know how to write, know how to think. I think the age of AI, I really think it's a wonderful opportunity, but you still need to think. You need to create with AI. It's not, your world is not going to be taken over by AI. You're going to be part of that. So I really do think now, think of the possibilities, think of the big picture, and then see what you can contribute to that big picture.
Yeah, so I've been given the instruction to, give more opportunities for our students to ask questions here. So I'm just going to be speaking. Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to be asking 2 more questions, and then I'll open the floor to students. So get your questions ready. I wanted to ask first Flora about, your career change, because we've been talking a lot about adapting to the times and, adapting to changes in different eras and how to craft our career. Your career looks very fascinating to me because you started as a ballet dancer and then you moved on to becoming, an entrepreneur. So I wanted to ask you about how you feel about, is there, say for example, enough support systems in Hong Kong that help people, say for example, artists who want to change their career and vice versa for people who want to join the arts and culture industry? That is a question that's also extending to the rest of our speakers. But in order to save time, if we can sum up our questions a little bit more quickly.
Right from the start, it's not my choice to change careers, okay? The fact is I went to a professional dance school. It's like Olympics. You just dance all day. You do normal academics, but it's all dance creative related, from the history of ballet, dance, different movements, and we do the Italian style, Cicchetti. We do Vaganova style. We do the Royal Ballet style. We didn't have Chinese dance, but we have so much creative, Hawthorne and Martha Graham, all the contemporary choreographers we have to understand, and the costumes and makeup, and how do you make ballet shoes, it's just incredible. You have to be a one-man band, and on top of it, you get nothing to eat, you've got to be on a diet, and you've got to suffer. You have to love bleeding toes when you're pirouetting. But to make a long story short, when I started with Hong Kong Ballet, there was only 5 people in the Hong Kong Ballet. The founders, and then we had to do dancing, we have to choreograph, we have to do the posters, we have to sell tickets, we have to promote ourselves. And now it's like one of the best companies in the world. Honestly, when I went to China, my mother's from China. I absolutely did not find a PR company. This is like 30 years ago. So I have to go and invent this PR company, that our style. To do arts and culture is very important to the spirit because it hits you, mind, body, and soul, and gives you a taste of what the best is. If you want to design your career, you have to know how to design yourself. But if you don't do arts and culture, it's not about, I must be that. You have to have that eye, that understanding of emotions. How do I listen to this music? How do I judge this painting? How do I watch a ballet? If you don't study it, you're absolutely just sitting there, oh, it's boring. Then you are not living world. The world is living you, just as a job. Go and find a job. Be a doctor. Then it's very dry. But anyway, going back to this idea of integration, arts and culture, for me, it's a must. You must live with pluralistic aims in life and not just to do one thing. Yeah? So change is inevitable. Crisis will never leave us. and go and do the unknown. Learn something new every day. Don't stop. Be stuck to one thing. Now I have 35 companies. Do I want to do that? No. I have to, because Chinese government says, oh, you can't do 10 schools under one license. You've got to go to it. Every city I'm in, you've got to have your license. And I did that. And then now I have, oh, we've changed again. Now every area, you've got to have a company. So therefore, I have another company. You have the shoe company, because nobody else can make the shoes you want, because our taste level is different. So by the time I get a PR company, the whole show will be dead. It's no good. So you've got to build your PR company. You've got to build your costume design section. So end up, you have to go into changing something and not having to get a PhD and then do it. Yeah? Reinvent yourself.
Right. I mean, absolutely right. You know, a change is inevitable, particularly in education, because you know, the Academy is coming up to our 40th anniversary next year. But this is exactly it. Are we still, do we still have the same program as 1984? Absolutely not. I mean, every few years, of course, we are looking at it. We are constantly reviewing our curriculum and programs. Why? Because we are not just there to, okay, for you to come and, you know, get into a classroom. That's not the goal of any educational institution. The goal of educational institutions is to make sure that graduates actually have the skill and the knowledge to actually survive in the world. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about our graduates getting the right jobs and being able to develop their career in the way they want to. So, I mean, over all these years, you know, and we've been changing our curriculum, we've been changing structures, etc. And we can see our graduates from being followers, they're now really aspiring to leaders. And that's what we want to look at. That's what we want to see. Obviously, in the first 10 years, we're still graduating people. We don't know where they're going to go in 10 years' time. But now we do. You know, after 40 years, we have many of our graduates in senior positions, and they don't always stay in the same thing. We might have a lighting designer who ends up being a production manager. We may have props students, for instance, who end up going into pyrotechnics, you know, and you wonder what happened there. But the most important thing is that while you're a student, you learn as much as possible. But don't think that if you are an actor, you're going to be an actor the rest of your life. It doesn't always happen. And of course, you have a much longer lifespan than probably even us here. So, you know, maybe you'll change career completely, but don't be afraid of it, and do take risks. You know, don't be reckless about it, but, you know, if there's something you see that you see you can adapt from your original career, and is something you'd love to try and do, it's not impossible, because people have done it before you. Many people have. And for myself, for instance, I went from thinking about, as a teenager, being a dancer, to getting into the entertainment industry eventually, in theater, in film, thinking of being a director, having done some directing, and then going into design. I've actually made a lot of changes over my years, right up till I went fully into education. So I had no idea when I was a teenager, or even when I was 20 years old, that I would end up being a teacher and end up being, you know, a principal of an educational institute. That has never entered my mind. So there will be, you will get there. But don't be worried about it. You know, when the time comes and that opportunity comes, is whether you want to take that direction or not. And for me, it's been opportunities falling in my lap, and it's for me to think at that moment, do I go in this direction or I stay where I am? And it's been like this year after year. I could have rejected this position that I am now if I'm too scared of it, you know. Do I really want to take this responsibility? But it's at that moment that with all the pros and cons and the love and the passion you have for what you do, that actually drives you into that decision a lot of times. Nobody has to tell you. You have to tell yourself.
I think right now for me, you know, I said I have 3 careers, and I've been in the nonprofit arts and cultural sector for the last 20 years. And I think very much similar to Julian, I give myself 3 to 5 years guidelines. You know, I kind of have a sense of direction. Again, when I was a kid, you know, even when I was 20, I did not to say where I'm going to be here right now as president of Asia Society. What is Asia Society? So I think for me, my goal was always 3 to 5 years. And that's how I am in Hong Kong, 92. I arrived in Hong Kong for a job, a state government job, and I said, if I fail, I'll go back to Ohio, 3 to 5 years, 3 to 5 years. But then it's kind of like a step. 3 to 5 years comes around, all right, oh, that opportunity is there. So, and many of you, Wizard of Oz, I use that, that's become my analogy these days. I'm Dorothy. I'm following the yellow brick road, and along the way, I meet Scarecrow, I meet the lion or whatever. And in some ways, that's the analogy I use. You need, in a career, sometimes you need a bit of head, you know, brain, you need a heart, and you need courage. So along the way, I think of, I'm Dorothy, you know, with my Toto, okay? Where do I go? And finally, when I sometimes get there, this dream career, you tear the the curtain behind. The wizard, not what you think, right? But it's the journey. So for me, that has always been what I guided me is like, all right, where do I want to be 3, 5 years down? Well, am I learning? Am I growing? And I have to say this sector is where I've been growing, and I'm still learning. And it's really, it allows you to grow. And I think they've even said now, to present Alzheimer, I think we have doctors here, it is continued learning, whether it's learning a new language, learning dance, learning. And lifelong learning, that's something you guys probably know all about. It's not just you get your degree done, get a job, and that's the end of it. It's always going to be that continuous journey. So it's a journey, not the destination.
I think that's actually a really good way to end our talk with. Thank you so much for sharing your insights on the arts and culture scene. And time for now for our Dorothys to ask some questions. I remember that was this first student who raised up her hand, so maybe we can start with that.
Hi, you guys are so cool. Thank you for sharing your story. But I genuinely think that there is too much positivity surrounding entering the entertainment industry. Oh wow, there's arts, there's culture, we get to spread a story, everything's really good. But nobody really talks about the downsides of it, particularly the harshness of the entertainment industry, especially with being one of the first few Asian women to enter this industry, being at intersectional discrimination of being a woman and being Asian. Can I just ask about what hardships you faced and what was your motivating factor for having this tenacity? Thank you very much.
For me, mentors. You can't do it alone. And that's why try to convince your family and your parents to support you. And in the beginning, they may not, but if you keep on at it, they will support you because they love you. But mentors, I've always had mentors along the way. And if there's any difficulty and all that, I can call them. And I still have my first mentor is still my best friend. She's retired. I can still call her in San Francisco. So having people there, and sometimes it's your friends, and that's something I think young people, all of us, you're not alone. You can call people and find people along the way there to help you so that it is going to be difficult. And it's not just entertainment. Any industry, I think we all have gone through it as women, and it's not just women, men too. I have a lot of friends who grew up in the state, Asian American men discrimination, and it's not just the West. We have discrimination here as well, right? So along the way, find allies and find mentors. That's how I've gone through.
Well, I would agree. Do we go through this?
If you want to.
Take another question.
Do you want to? Sure. We can also open the floor to other questions. We'll go from that side first.
So hello, that was a very insightful talk. I'm Sunny Poon from Puikyu College, and the question I would like to ask is that, do you think that Chinese, Eastern culture in general is gaining prominence in the West because Western art is going downhill, it's getting stale? Like, take Hollywood for instance, as Ms. Wong said, no one cares about the Oscars anymore. And people only watched it last year because Will Smith slapped someone, so though there are, every once in a while there are genuine gems like Oppenheimer, but for every Oppenheimer there's at least one Morbius. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe nobody cares about the Oscar awards itself, but well, if I ask all of you, do you go to movies? I'm sure you do, right? I mean, you watch TV all the time, you're on Netflix, etc. So the film industry is thriving. It's actually doing very well. And I'm glad to say that, I'm happy to say that in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong film industry is seeing a revival as well. And the Hong Kong government is putting a lot of money into it. There are huge fundings now, particularly in the last policy address, if you bother to read it. It actually has a lot of support in arts and culture, and particularly the pop culture and also film industry. So the industry is thriving. So I think, and we can see that certainly Asia is slightly, taking over as well. I mean, the tension is there. Whereas, even 10 years ago, I don't think we have the same attention. Everybody is looking for Hollywood, but no longer. Hollywood is not the only place. And we see with the Oscars last year, for instance, we see Asians winning Oscars, much more going in that direction as well.
I wanted to add, it's not either or. It's not Western culture versus Asian culture. I have to say it's an and. I believe in and. Because Hollywood now is realizing you need Asian, audience, half the world or more than half the world. So I think it's and. It's not. I right now get really cringe when I say, "Oh, East is rising, West is dead." I totally do not describe. I think it's you need both. You need both. And my wonderful analogy is, and you mentioned Hong Kong Ballet. Hong Kong Ballet has that. You have diversity. And I think the West is realizing you need diversity to thrive. And my favorite orchestra, Hong Kong Phil, and my friends send me, and I look at how many people from there's 20 countries that are Hong Kong Phil musicians, and they are one of the best in Asia, if not the world, one of the best in Asia, the best in Asia. So when you ask that question, it's not either or, it's and. We need both. And because of this either or construct, it drives me crazy because we're not fighting. Arts and culture, there's no borders. So.
Yeah, I think arts and culture is absolutely international. It has to be. There's a global phenomenon as well. You look at the festivals and everything around the world. It doesn't matter whether it's east or west. You're there. I mean, look at this. If it isn't because of Eastern and Western institutions coming together, we won't have this forum here. You won't all be here. So it's about this kind of international collaboration that makes us all, whether you're from the East or West, stronger, and giving more opportunities to old and young, really, and to the creative world.
We'll take a question from that side of the audience.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Anissa, and I'm from Union Institute No. 3 Secondary School. And I have a question for Dr. Flora. As you just mentioned that you faced a lot of challenge in the past, but we all know that the society keeps changing. So in your perspective, what do you think that the new generation may face, the challenge they may face if they join the art and creative industries right now?
I think you can look at it like this. Life is like a clock. From 12 to 3, it's your main job. You study to become who you want to be, who you think you want to be. Then from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, maybe you actually can make some money doing something else that does not need you to be there. so you can cover your back, you know. And from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, you have to look after your family. Then, from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, you actually can go for your dreams. Have any dream, design, arts and culture, be a movie star, sing, you know, anything that's one thing anymore. A long, long time ago, women had bound feet. We couldn't go out. Now, our partners, we are cyborgs. I cannot live without my computer. We are competing with a computer. How do you think we can only choose one or two things, we humans? Is that a bit silly? There are so many things you just switch on and off, on and off. And my daughter has like 10 computers going on, answering the phone and cooking and writing a check, telling the kids, grandchildren. Can you imagine? Life is not that simple. But on the other hand, you are so lucky. You can tap onto so many things. All movies in the world must have every cast in there, depending on what budget. It's from Canadian budget, Canadians, but gotta have Koreans, Japanese, Chinese. Box office, what drives traffic? People. So I think it's a different world. We are from the old world, where we can have 1 or 2 or 3, every 5 years change a career. I was forced into all these careers, and I was forced into changing governments. London, New York. Oh, my visa went out. Oh, now you can have 2 passports. Oh, every day something is happening, isn't it? So I think it's such an exciting time. Suffer, learn to suffer. I suffered dancing. I think that's my ability to fight and stand up when you have lost everything, still go. And I think that willpower will enable you to do more things. Don't do one thing. I mean, that's not possible now, isn't it? So I hope I answered your question.
We have a question from the very back of the audience.
So recently I have a concern about most students being confined in Hong Kong. They may be under the illusion that only academic results can lead to success, which is in no way the truth. And so for the development of the art of students who are studying, how can they develop art holistically with limited resources, as well as those people who are in poverty to study art, because it actually costs a lot of money while learning art. Thank you so much.
You know, when I was in the Royal Ballet School, I had it was a boarding school, but I came out because I love design so much. I used to make these old jeans, go and get old jeans and cut out and make cats and dogs and design and sew and go to Carnaby Street and sell it. And then I'd go and Mom and Dad got this little place. I used to go and get all the antique laces and buy trees and all, to make it look nice. So I said, oh, I was very able to make a little money. So you have to, everything's expensive, but you have to work. I did 4 or 5 jobs because my father was the person who gave education to promote free education in Hong Kong, public education, and he looked after the poorest people. So now I have a charity, I help these kids to give them jobs. You have to study and do jobs. Don't just study, because my parents never told us, we pay for your education, we give you money to buy clothes and everything, but you have to pay us back. It's a loan. I bet you your parents don't say that. Honey, you have everything. I will sell my house for you, everything. No, we weren't taught that way. Everything I went to the Royal Ballet, it was so expensive. I said, oh no, if I can't be a ballerina, I will do nothing. I have to pay them back. So I've got to do bits and pieces. And then I grew my habit of making things, learning a skill. cultivating myself, learning how to act, any role. I fit myself into a dress so I can model. I can do everything. You have to try. You got to have the guts. And that's all I can say. Work and live, study, and do charity as well, because that's when you build. You are also lucky here. I go to China, I have 100 of these kids. All the parents, either they have no parents, the parents are in prison with death sentences, or they only have a few more months to live, and they have no money. And we teach them arts and culture, performing arts. They can't study. They have no one to love them. How can they go and be a doctor? They do the basic, but they have to work. If I don't look after them, they clean toilets. If I look after them, they can learn some craft, arts and craft. They can do sets. They can make believe they have a job, learn computer. So do something not just for yourself. Think about others at the same time. You will value your life a bit more. Yes?
And that's all the time we have for this session. Thank you so much for joining the audience, and please give a round of applause for our speakers today.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank our moderator, Ms. Sabrina Low, our panelist, Dr. Flora Cheng Lin, Professor Jillian Choi, and Alice Mong for your insights. Today we learned about the importance of collaboration, and not all. It's not art or technology. It's not Chinese or Eastern versus Western. It's not day job versus your hobbies. We should all pursue our hobbies in addition to our day jobs. Now, may we invite our chairlady, Sandy Lau, to present the thank you certificates to our moderator and our panelists. At the same time, may I invite all our founders of London Bowl Foundation and committee and subcommittees to take a photo with us.
We're going to take a group photos before our closing technology session, right, Derek?
Right.
夢想成真，為初心，高瞻遠矚，報社群。耶！
And now in our closing discussion, we have our panel exploring the next generation of innovation and technology professionals. We'll explore how universities and governments can collaborate to meet the needs of knowledge societies and prepare the next generation of innovation and technology professionals. For this panel, our moderator is Professor Sin Ming Chiu from the London School of Economics. He's Associate Professor of Practice in Finance and Associate Dean for International Relations at CUHK Business School. Professor. Joining Professor Chiu on the panel is Professor Alfred Sit Wing Hung, the Chief Executive and Secretary of the Hong Kong Institute of Engineers. Professor Xavier Wong, the Associate Professor at the Department of Education Psychology at CUHK. And Dr. Florian Spiegel, the founder and CEO of Evident Group. Before we start, I would like to make an announcement. I think in the interest of time, we will not be taking any questions from the audience.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for joining this panel. Great to see so many people, in late afternoon on a Saturday. So now I'm sure that throughout the sessions in the summit so far, you have heard a lot about how rapidly technology is changing our lives, from AI to Web3 to digital assets, and these are probably the terms that we'll be frequently using and live with for the rest of our lives. So this panel is about how universities can work more closely with the industry and to work more effectively so that we can prepare and help the future generations to succeed and thrive in the digital economy. So I'd like to start with Professor Sid. Now, can you share with us about the strategic focus areas of the Hong Kong government in terms of investment in innovation and technology, especially during your tenure as the Secretary for Innovation and Technology?
Thank you, Professor. First of all, because I'm recovering from a flu, so I hope you can still hear my voice, despite some problem with the voice. Anyway, I served at the government for more than 40 years. At my last post at the Hong Kong SL government was the Secretary for Innovation and Technology at the 5th term of the Hong Kong SL government. At that time, I would say, our support to the innovation and technology in Hong Kong is unprecedented. We altogether spent at least 150 billion Hong Kong dollar on promoting INT in Hong Kong in 4 major areas. The first is promoting research and development, and the second is attract and nurture of tech talent, and the third is about supporting the INT enterprises, and also the last one is to support and build the INT infrastructure. So for the 6th term of the government, the current term, I can see they are following the same journey in supporting the INT in Hong Kong. And one of the major areas I can see from their blueprint is that we are focusing on commercializing the innovation, the R&D result in Hong Kong. Some of you may understand that Hong Kong is really good in basic research. We have 5 universities in Hong Kong. They are ranked as the top 100 universities in the world. So we should be proud of it. And the problem that we have in promoting INT is that because, we are good at basic research, but we didn't have any intention in the good old day to put all those R&D results into a commodity or services so that can build our economy. That's the reason why the government nowadays put a lot of focus on commercializing the R&D result in the universities based on what I said, 4 major strategic areas. If we have time, we can spend half an hour to talk more about the details of each. But let me stop here. If you have any question, please raise.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Sid. Yes, I'm sure innovation and technology is one of the major drivers for the future of Hong Kong's economy, and definitely something that the government wants to emphasize and invest more in this particular area. I'd like to move to Florian Spiegel. Now, Florian is a good friend of mine, and he's a fintech entrepreneur. He has started and manage a few fintech companies in Hong Kong, so I'd like him to share his views as an entrepreneur in the fintech industry. What's your assessment about Hong Kong's development and progress in innovative technology? Any examples, that you could highlight?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I've been in Hong Kong, you said many years. I've been 7 years in Hong Kong. It's home for me now, and I'm glad to be here and share a little bit. And it's great to see so many of you, young students, to be here. So if you think about development of Hong Kong, and maybe adding to what you just said, Professor Sid, it's all about how do we bring the great innovation, the thinking into reality? How do we make that tangible, right? It's all about implementation. And so maybe let me spend a little bit of time on that, also my experience having been here and having built companies here. The first thing is really about timing and time, right? We may look at the current phase as a particularly challenging time, and we should openly discuss that. And the first thing that I see is Hong Kong has seen challenging times many times before, and always came out somehow stronger. And it's also a question of the zoom. You apply a zoom of 2-3 years, it feels very challenging, right, sometimes. But if you think about the correct zoom, it's actually 5 years, 10 years. And then I have no doubt, going back to your question, that Hong Kong will be an innovation powerhouse. And this is not just about Hong Kong, this is about the broader region and the things that will flow together here. And maybe as a second point, if you think about where innovation comes from and how it's implemented, a lot of it comes out of challenges. That's why I like the last panel quite a bit. You know, they were talking about opportunity and challenges. As an entrepreneur, when I see challenge, I really see opportunity. Right? What's your challenge is my opportunity, because I can help you solve it, right? And this is the translation of ideas into reality. And I think if you look at where we are now, including all the activities from the government, a lot of it comes out of the acknowledgement we have to work harder, we have to do better, we have to innovate more. And connecting to my own story again, you know, we were talking about tokenization, this new fancy thing now. Professor Xingmeng, you and I, it was maybe 2017, we were publishing articles about it when this was very esoteric. But now we are arriving at the time where I think also in Hong Kong we realize we need to allow and support this innovation. And the infrastructure is there. Now we need to bring the entrepreneurs that build these companies, and that's all of you, right? And hopefully we can talk a little bit more about that also, what that means, what that entails. But I think we already have great innovation coming out of Hong Kong in the fintech sector, where Web3 sector is picking up speed quite a bit. We see a lot happening in new technologies like EVs, EV charging infrastructure, robotics. All these areas are there, and I think the next 5-10 years will be very exciting.
Thank you, Florian. Yes, I guess to supplement your point, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, for example, has been very progressive in developing the e-Hong Kong dollar, for example. You know, the topic on CBDC, central bank digital currency. Now you mentioned tokenization, green bond tokenization. You know, is one big project that the Hong Kong Monetary Authority is also participating in. So, you know, for all the young students here, I urge you, you know, to learn more about all these new initiatives by the Hong Kong government. You could go to the Hong Kong MA website, you know, and you could immediately see many of these papers and publications about all these new digital projects that the government is investing in. You know, and I think it's definitely a good knowledge for you to learn about this technology innovation, you know, in whichever sector that you plan to go into. It doesn't mean that you have to be a finance or a fintech professional in order to learn this. I think it's good to learn about them anyway, you know, whatever sector that you plan to go into in the future. Now with that, you know, with that as the background, you know, from a government and the industry perspective, I'd like to go to Professor Xavier Wong, who's a professor in educational psychology and cognitive science. Can you share with us your experience in developing courses and curriculum to equip students with modern skills and knowledge, you know, in innovation and technology? And in particular, I learned that you are running this CUHK Jockey Club AI for the Future project. So perhaps you can share that with our students here as well. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So let me ask a question first. Like, how many of you know about or took some courses in our AI for the Future program? Oh, just a few. Okay. So we have to work harder. Actually, the project, like I started in 2019, is a collaboration between Jockey Club and CUHK. At that point, that is around 2018, 2019. A lot of people talk about AI. Actually, it started from 2015 when AlphaGo beat the human 3 in a row, right? Anyone know about AlphaGo now? No, right? Oh, still some people. That's good. And then we talk about self-driving car, all kind of things happening about AI, and we think about how we should equip our students for the AI future. Especially some people, some senior people from the university and also from the Jockey Club, they also worry about, okay, what will happen to our next generation with the AI? Will AI replace our jobs, and then that will what kind of skills our students should prepare for? So that's why with the support from Jockey Club and the Faculty of Engineering in CHK and Faculty of Education in CHK, we developed this AI for the future curriculum. We hope that we can equip our students, especially those junior secondary school students, with the skills that can prepare for them for the future. When we decide the curriculum, we have to think about what kind of skills that a student will need when they graduate. When I study computer coding, I learned something called BASIC. I don't know how many of you know about that. Right? That is BASIC, and then when I go to university, I have to learn Java, C, and then MATLAB, and now Python, right? The world keeps changing. So what kind of language, what kind of coding skills we have to equip our students? Is there something that if they learn in the secondary school, and after they graduate from university, that may be outdated already, right? So we have to think harder. What is the skills that will not outdated? We keep talking about changes, right? Many things change with the AI, with the technology, change every day, every year, right? But there are some skills we know that didn't change for thousands of years, right? Start from Plato, talking about critical thinking, about problem solving. Whatever is doing a STEM, doing coding, these kind of higher order thinking skills is really important for our students. So the curriculum is not just focused equipping our students with coding skills, technological skills, right? We also want them to think what is the impact of AI to the society and how they should prepare them they will not be replaced by AI. When we think about AI, how AI affects our jobs, when we design the curriculum, we think about, maybe that time is about self-driving car, about Tesla, right? We thought that the first job will be replaced is the driver, taxi driver. But when ChatGPT available 2 years ago, right? Everyone used ChatGPT, and then one career, one kind of our close friend is the English teacher. They worry about how everyone can write the perfect language, right? No grammatical mistakes after they put their composition in the ChatGPT. So we don't really know what will happen in the future with AI, with technology, but we have to equip our students with the ability to handle all kinds of challenges, and they have the resilience to handle the challenge in the coming future, the higher order thinking skills, the critical thinking skills, the problem solving skills.
Well, may I add that now you don't even need to learn to code because AI can do it for you, perhaps, right? AI is so advanced now that it can already do it for you. Florian, you have a point to add?
I just wanted to add something as a comment for the reality around this. First of all, thank you for your work. It's very important. Second, we need to see more hands up next time you ask that question. Why? I run a fintech company. We're an investment platform. We're connecting investors with great assets. Assets for us are, for example, startups fundraising or great projects. So we want to channel more capital to where it matters. We do this with around 20 people globally. So when I meet with banks and asset managers, they cannot believe that we do this with 20 people. How are we able to do this? Every single person in our company uses AI. From the developers, as you said, a very good engineer becomes what we call a 10x engineer, an elite engineer with AI, to marketing, to everything in between, strategy questions, business questions. It's mandatory. I don't look at things if people didn't use AI to verify things, to make it a little bit better. And this is a reality that's already happening in companies. And you have a tremendous opportunity that you are coming to this when this is really still just getting started. You can be the first generation that I call natively AI, right? where the AI is your colleague, right? Just like with any other human, you need to learn how to work with that colleague, right? They may be very smart in some areas, very dumb in others. They may be difficult to work with, but it's going to be your colleague. And so don't be afraid. I don't think that narrative around jobs being replaced, that may be true for some transition period, but in reality, we'll be able to do so many more things, greater things, and we fall back to what you said. We fall back to the natural human strength of creativity, human connection, innovative thinking. I think when you go into your work life, it will be much more interesting, much more exciting than for the rest of us because of this development. Take advantage of that.
Oh, thank you. Well, I think it can all sound quite daunting, for all the young people here. Hear about all these new changes and challenges, and the world is moving so fast. How am I going to cope with it, right, in the future? It might, sound. All these developments might sound daunting to you, but I think what Savio and Florian have emphasized is to also, don't just focus on the hard skills, on the technical skills. Focus instead on the human skills. Right? We are all human, so we should instead, be strengthening our human skills. Yeah. So with that, maybe I turn to Professor Sid again. Now, in developing the human capital, for the future of Hong Kong, because all of you, you're so young, you are the backbone of Hong Kong's future economy, right? So developing you as the future human capital is definitely essential and is part of the Hong Kong government's agenda. So how is the Hong Kong government collaborating with local, international universities to foster collaboration in research and development in advanced technology?
Well, the Hong Kong as our government has invested in a lot in nurturing our younger generation. In particular, we have some incubation program and financing support to support our local startup as well as individuals. For example, we have a scheme called a Research Talent Hub, and also a STEM internship program. For all the university students, they are willing to take up some intern job. The government will have some financial support to make sure more employers are ready to offer the tech internship for our students. But I have to say, well, we have on average about 40,000 secondary school graduates and 20,000 university graduates every year. So that is totally not enough to support the growth of Hong Kong. So we are also putting a lot of resources and effort in attracting talent to Hong Kong. As what I said before, Hong Kong, we have very good university and we have very good international connection. So we are very good in attracting our partner university, partner research companies coming to Hong Kong. So we have a scheme called the Hong Kong Research Cluster. The rationale is very simple. We support our local university to partner with those overseas renowned universities and research organizations to come to Hong Kong for setting up some joint research laboratories in two major areas. One is AI and robotics, and the second is on biotech. So up to now, we have altogether 28 numbers of such joint research labs and thousands of overseas researchers coming to Hong Kong to support the INT growth in Hong Kong and GBA. That's the way that we are doing. We try to nurture our own talent in Hong Kong, as well as attracting more talent coming from overseas to Hong Kong.
That's great to hear. Now, I guess we are all very lucky to be in Hong Kong, which has so many great universities. 5 of our universities in Hong Kong are ranked within the top 100 in the world, and there are also a lot of excellent secondary schools in Hong Kong, I'm sure. Now, I'd like to turn the next question to Florian again. Now, because as an entrepreneur, as a business person, you have definitely hired people, interviewed people. Have you found it challenging to recruit the right candidates to your company? What are some of the skills, abilities that you're always looking for, but hard to find?
Yeah, so again, it's easy for me because I can build on the comments earlier. Yes, in what we do, in a very specialized field, financial technology, so finance and technology, it's actually what we call a seller's market. All of you guys are sellers. You're selling your talents, and you will dominate that market. It's very difficult to hire in Hong Kong. There's not enough people here. So Evident started during COVID, and in a way, we were forced to build a global company from day one. And so today, all these people that I mentioned are spread out globally. That was part of solving the problem for us. But we're also licensed in Hong Kong. We're headquartered here. We have a lot of our clients here. We want to build a team in Hong Kong. And so when we hire, actually, I did a lot of interviews in my earlier careers and now also. But in the end, you come back to some very simple things. And maybe if I summarize the most important quality, for me, it's always attitude. It's about attitude. And so what does attitude really mean? There's a couple of things that are important. The first thing, and we heard this perfectly on the panel earlier, is resilience. Especially when you join a company that's growing very fast or that's a startup company. Grit and resilience. Dealing with adversity, just keep going. I tell sometimes my team when we have some kind of problem, I say, imagine the bomb exploded around you. You can't see anything, you lose your orientation. And then wait a little bit, let the dust settle, clean yourself off, right? Wipe your eyes, keep going. Right? So that kind of attitude is really, really valuable to any company, not just startup companies. The second thing you could say is essentially an attitude of ownership. There is a thing called managerial leverage. In a small company, as the founder, I cannot do everything. I need people who are willing to take responsibility and run with it. That's managerial leverage. I can delegate work, and people take the responsibility. Right? That's another thing. The final thing, something that, again, I can only mirror from what was said earlier on the panel, is hard work. Nothing replaces hard work. If you think about it, all the great things in all of humankind, all of it required hard work, all the achievements. Give me one example where the people who did it said, that was easy. That was not a lot of work. Zero. So whenever I hear, oh, let's focus on working smarter, all those things, I said, let's work hard first. So what's the secret about this attitude thing? It's incredibly rare. These are very simple things. You might think, yeah, it's obvious. Yes, it is, but it's rare. It's maybe 1 out of 10 people that I meet that have this kind of attitude. And the good news about this is, yes, part of it you will get from your educational environment. It's also the job of universities to create opportunities for you to develop that. But most of it is down to you. It's an opportunity for you, right? Attitude can be worked on. You can cultivate it. And you will stand out. You will be that one person out of 10. Right? That really adds value to a company. So most of our people, we hire with attitude. That's it.
Okay, yes, definitely something that I've heard from employers again and again. Hire for the attitude, not really the skills, because skills is something that you can train, right? Okay, so with that, to Xavier, now how do you think universities should collaborate more closely with the industry to nurture the young talent, the future talent?
I think that is really, I would like to echo, what about attitudes? Because when we talk about education, we teach students with 3 things, right? One is really about their attitudes, right? Second is about their skills, and last is their knowledge. For example, when we teach about students about AI, we not just teach them about coding skills. We also talk about how they should approach, their attitude to approach AI. Now everyone can use ChatGPT to prepare for their homework, right? To help them to do their homework, right? But what is the ethics behind? How they should make use of AI while they can still be an honest person. I think that is the attitudes that we want to educate our next generation. And also, of course, knowledge. If they have the knowledge to use AI, just like mentioned, right? Every of your staff, right, use AI in their job. If they don't have the knowledge that, actually AI can help them in solving this kind of task, and they still doing all the manual job and spend a lot of time, right? that is the difficulties for them to catch up with the technology. So from education perspective, we always emphasize that not just about the skills, knowledge, attitudes, it's also really important. How they approach the technology, how they approach the knowledge, the skills, that's also really important. So when we develop the AI curriculum, we are not just like stay in the university, we work with schools. We invite schools, partners, like teachers, principals, to come to the university and discuss with us. Okay, now this is the things that we want to equip our students from the education, from the really a scientific perspective. What is the view or the perspective from the frontline teacher and the principals? So they give us a lot of really important information that, oh, actually this may be too difficult for the junior secondary school students. This may be more related to general studies that related to critical thinking, problem solving. So we got a lot of feedback from the frontline teachers and the principal before we can have a curriculum that is suitable for the secondary school students. But as you mentioned, that actually one thing is missing is the input from the business, from the employer. If we had known more about from the employer perspective, whether that we are still missing something, that we are really happy to integrate, because that we always emphasize about the collaboration between government, the industry, and also the university.
Thank you. I actually like to hear some questions from the audience. I know you don't have a lot of time, but I think it's good to be a little bit more interactive. If there's one or two questions from the audience, I think it's great if you like to raise, to our speakers here. Anybody? Yes, I see some hands over there. So maybe this lady, and then followed by. Okay.
Thank you for your comments on how can-do attitude. And just the attitude of, resilience and etc. But don't you think in today's world where everything's about efficiency, you would rather pick someone who's really smart and works their way around? Because I saw this talk somewhere that this person was like, oh, it was a really successful person. He said, oh, I want lazy people because lazy people don't want to do this for a long time, so they work at the most efficient problem. And in this world, you want to continuously driving your company to the top, right? So may I ask about, would you really pick someone who's smart and can make your life really efficient versus someone who works really hard but might take 24 hours and 48 hours to complete a task instead? Thank you.
First of all, I want to say one thing. You guys are amazing of asking questions and the kind of questions you ask. I also teach at other universities, fintech classes, MBA classes. A lot of people are very timid in these classes to ask questions. It's great, and it's a very good question. The answer is, I don't care. I don't care. I care about outcomes, right? So what in this situation, if you were in this company, right, in our company, I would give you the responsibility. You would know exactly what we're trying to achieve. And we have a timeline in which we want to achieve it, right? Everything is very well structured, and you're responsible for coming back with the results. If you, for example, you were mentioning, kind of alluding to be careful with doing your homework with AI. I don't care if you use AI to do all your work. It's just a smart way, right? And you can slack off for 9 hours a day. If the result is there, it literally doesn't matter to me. So I think in companies worth joining, they really care about the outcome because we are all different, right? We have different working styles. Some of my engineers, software engineers, they work through the night, right? They work through the night. And I don't want to stop. I don't want to tell them, oh, you have to show up at 9 a.m. and then you sign off at 5. No, you work when you're most productive. Some people work out of coffee shops, right? I don't want to limit that creative potential, their potential. The important thing is to look at the outcome, and that's really what matters. But that, again, that only works if that person comes with that right attitude. That person can own something, can take the pressure of, I have some expectation. That person is organized. The person knows how to get things done. It all goes back to that, right? Because then that trust develops, and then you see good results.
Drive and determination is always the most important attitude. Yes.
So when you work in the industry, you know that the couple of words you have to remember: get things done. Okay, that is also actually when we say more scientific, we call it the outcome based, right? But in the university, we talk about outcome based learning. It doesn't really matter. What I want to teach my student is what kind of student they can be. If I can use like a really boring lecture to make you a smart person, that is perfectly okay. We are looking at the outcome.
Thank you. Now, I think, just to supplement one point, I think the question is not either or. Again, it's and. You know, we want attitude and intelligence. We want both, right? Most employers, if they, are looking for candidates, of course, they would like to have someone that have both good attitude and also intelligence. Okay, if I can take one more question for this gentleman here.
Hello, all right. Do I have to introduce myself again? All right. So I'm Darren Pun, and my question this time, I want to continue on the topic of attitude, but I want to bring it closer to the topic of education at hand, which is, especially Dr. Florian Spiegel, you talked about the attitude, right? But about this resilience and grit, how should we develop this in the sector of education? Should we allow young people to fail in primary or secondary school in their early lives, or will this lead to them having a low self-esteem and being unconfident? So where's the trade-off? What's your opinions on this, everyone? Yeah.
Maybe I start from really academic perspective first. Nowadays we talk about something we call productive failure. Productive failure. It may sound contradictory, right? But for school, it's actually a place for us to create a safe environment for our students to fail. When they fail, when they make mistake, they can learn. But when you go to the industry, right, it's I don't know, another story, right? But when you're at school, when you fail, you will have a second chance. I always tell my students that when you're a student, you can ask the dumb questions. When you are a student, you can make all kinds of mistakes. So the responsibility for teacher and school is to create a safe environment for students to fail and to learn from their failure.
So, sorry, please go ahead.
I always remember a good old saying. What happened in your life is not to you, but for you. So you need to learn from the failure so that you can grow. So it's okay for you to face some failure, and the most important that you learn from it so that it's part of your life so that you can make yourself better for your future.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm glad you answered the question from an educational perspective because it's a very difficult question. But from an industry and general perspective, if you connect back to resilience, it's very hard to teach that, right? It's something that you have to develop and experience. And the best way to develop that is to embrace hardship, embrace the challenges that you have. We all have that, right? There's not a single human who hasn't experienced some kind of hardship. It's a very individual thing. Embrace it and think for yourself, how will this make me stronger? This is one way of making it through it, but it's also a very constructive way of becoming stronger. And I encourage you, if you can note this down, if you haven't seen it already, this was, I think, last week, the founder of NVIDIA, really successful GPU chip company underpinning the AI revolution, Jensen Huang. He was speaking in, I think it was in Stanford. You can easily find it on YouTube. He said it very harshly. He said, I wish upon all of you lots of challenges, basically. I want you to fail a lot. Because he learned himself that resilience is the most important thing, determinant for success. So it's really something you have to experience. But since we will fail all the time anyways, make use of it. And that's again back to that attitude of, okay, that happened to me, that's bad. What can I learn from it? How can I get stronger with it? And that will get you there. I think it's incredibly difficult to actually create an environment where that can happen, but I think this is one of the roles of educational institutions as well.
Thank you. I think with that, let's wrap up the panel. Thank you so much for all the insights from the panelists. I hope that they have shared useful tips for all the audience and students here today, albeit being a very short panel. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Chiu, our moderator, and our panelists, Professor Alfred Tit, Professor Saville Wong, and Dr. Florence Spiegel. Now, we'd like our chairlady, Ms. Sandy Lau, to present to our moderator and panelists some thank you certificates. At the same time, I'd like to invite our London Ball Foundation co-founders and committee members to take a photo with us all together. Now, before we kick off our My Dream program ceremony, we'd like to invite our panelists to have a seat, and we'd like to invite Professor Stefano Tassali to come and say a few words. Professor Stefano Tassali came all the way. He's a professor of management at Exeter Business School. He came all the way from Amsterdam just to attend this education summit.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Just a few words that I see fantastic attendance of people, but we are all, I think, quite tired for this long day. So this last one was an amazing panel about technology, collaborating with co-authors on a book for Oxford University Press, and really try to face this challenge, remembering an episode of my previous life, not an academic, but a consultant. I remember a lot of years ago, it was around 2, 3 a.m., we were working on a consulting project. And we had a device, one of these devices were just receiving, collecting, answering emails, something very different from the ones we have today. I don't say the name of the brand, but you can imagine. And around 2, 3 a.m., we were playing PlayStation. There was a beep from one of these devices, and it was an email that we received. And I remember that the personal feeling of the partner was taking this phone and crashing against the wall. We were back in 2007, 2008. Now, I would imagine if it happens to any of you, it's around 2, 3 a.m., you get a beep, you'll never do it. What is the difference? The difference is that back in time, that device was only a device for work. But today, in any of the devices that we don't have just work, we have life. We thought about it, and there has been a very fundamental philosophical change in the use of technology that we make. Martin Heidegger, a great German philosopher from the last century, was talking about a clear separation between two elements that date back from Plato, Aristotle, and Sevi was saying. One is techne, which is the Greek word for technology, which substantially means instrument, tool, and the other one is physis, which means nature, our own nature, who we are. The major challenges, we can say, that are brought in by AI is that these two separate domains, the world of techne, the world of physis, are really intertwined and connected as they were never before probably in the history of mankind. This is a great opportunity for business, this is a great opportunity for us to learn and to look at the future in bright ways, but at the same time, as our panelists have said, it's also something that deserves further consideration. So I just want to leave you with this last reflection, and thank you so much for attending, and thank you again, Sandy, for your incredible, outstanding, and really, I don't have any other adjectives to say for this incredible day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Stefano. Now, our final program for the evening, for today, not for the evening, but now let's turn our attention to the impactful My Dream program, supported by the London Ball Foundation. This initiative exposes young teenagers to diverse career paths, fostering exploration and thoughtful consideration of their future vocations. Today, we have the privilege of presenting the My Dream Winner Awards, honoring individuals who have pursued their dreams and made a positive impact on society. Now, before passing it to Sandy, let's play a short video on the judging day of the first My Dream program.
心啦，得到咧中華倫敦協會嘅贊助同埋佢哋嘅建議，希望咧我哋喺我哋學校裏邊咧試行一下，點樣鼓勵一啲初中嘅同學開始咧發夢。發咩夢啊？唔係白日夢，係夢想下當你長大之後，其實可以點樣貢獻呢個社會。我哋都唔知嘅喎，社會咁多問題咁多需要，所以咧今日我哋嘅設計咧係會按翻聯合國嘅17個可持續發展目標，17個都係全世界都一齊關注嘅社會議題，例如有貧窮，例如有健康，仲有各式其式嘅情況。
Is to become a businessman. I'd probably like to become like my dad. He has been working in a business for more than 20 years, so I'd probably like to become a businessman like him. I'd like to get a recognition like him. Like he has the value in the market. I want to be like him. I think I can help the poor people. I can help the local businesses. I can invest in the local businesses, make them bigger, and then I can make them worldwide. I can have big investments. I can also donate to the charities which help the needy and poor people. And I can also help in the economy of the country I live in. I think my dream program can help me become a better man and also help me because it teaches more about the outside world. It teaches how the world's going on right now, how people are facing the problems. If I am brave enough, I can also try to find the solutions for the problem. It can also, if I start my own business, it can help me boost the business by doing that. 你嘅志願將來想做？我嘅志願係想做青少年社工啦。點解咧？因為而家有好多青少年有會患一種病啦，係 ADHD， 即係活躍症啦。點解我咁樣講咧？因為我自己其實都係一個 ADHD 嘅患者嚟嘅，我好多謝中華倫敦協會呢個計劃啦，佢可以俾到我機會嚟去實踐我上面講嘅職業啦，即係青少年社工。我嘅夢想係成為一名心理醫生啦。咁我自己以往就係出生喺一個好貧困嘅家庭啦。咁可能每日即係可能就靠一包即食麵就搞掂一日㗎啦。咁我都因為屋企即係長期處於一啲好唔穩定嘅狀況啦，所以其實我嘅情緒上面同埋心態上面都係比較正常，即係比正常人係比較差啲啦。最大嘅目標係幫助一啲好似我以前可能類似經歷嘅人啦，咁其實都係想幫助返社會上唔同背景嘅人啊，咁樣。所以我都好多謝中華倫敦協會嘅我的志願先導計劃啦。咁我都希望將來嘅師弟啊都可以有幸參加呢個嘅計劃啦，可以俾更加唔同嘅人諗下以後將來自己想做啲咩啊
My Dream 先導計劃，耶！
喺頒獎俾得獎嘅同學之前，我哋有請 Chair Lady 劉善婷女士為我哋發表講話。
好快講幾句啫，我知道好 friend 啊。我哋 bilingual 啦，今日成日聽咗英文，咁而家我哋開始廣東話啦。咁我真係覺得咧，你哋先可唔可以俾啲掌聲俾你哋自己？好犀利！我以前喺大學、中學、小學都好啦，我都未試可以咁樣坐，即係咁多個鐘頭。有啲仲係朝頭早10點開始喺度，我真係覺得你哋好叻。我哋今日啦有好多唔同類別嘅 panels 啦，行業嘅 panels，我希望你哋聽完之後， 有咗諗法嘅，本來有諗法嘅，而家可能更多諗法。冇諗法嗰啲，我希望你而家開始去計劃去諗。咁最緊要記得，無論你將來喺香港讀書好，希望你哋都繼續喺香港讀書啦。如果你哋真係有外國留學也好，最終你哋都會翻嚟香港創業、就業，繼續進修，回饋社會，得唔得先？同埋貢獻社會最緊要，即係翻嚟呢個，始終香港都係我哋屋企。咁所以咧我亦都好想即係好 congratulate 啱啱我哋 My Dream Program 第一次做，即係陳 Sir 係落咗好多心機功夫，亦都好有心嘅位老師。咁我哋事不宜遲啦，咁就我哋請啱啱嗰兩位得獎者都分享少少我哋嘅 program， 有請。
兩位得獎者分別係冠軍嘅周子軒，佢嘅志願係成為一位社工，同埋亞軍嘅得主陳志峰，佢嘅志願係想成為心理學家嘅。
好，各位朋友午安。咁我預備咗英文嘅，不過 bilingual 我用翻廣東話啦。咁咧就今日我哋都係嚟自天主教慈幼會伍兆梅中學啦。咁我身邊嗰兩位咧係我嘅導師，因為我剛剛學識咗咧做學生最好，學生可以 make mistakes。可以 learn from failure 啊，所以咧我而家做學生，其實咧每日喺佢哋嘅身上咧，我哋老師都學到好多嘢，唔係淨係學到以前嘅忍耐，而係學到好多同理心，同埋學到咧每個同學自己嘅獨特性同埋佢哋有嘅故事。我哋唔想佢哋停留喺而家呢個階段。多謝中華倫敦協會有呢個咁好嘅機會咧，讓我哋嘅學生可以 dream big， 可以開始咧諗下佢嘅將來。佢嘅將來唔係淨係為咗自己，而係諗下做好自己，改善屋企之餘，仲可以為社會做啲乜嘢呢？今日咧兩位朋友咧，一位係阿軒，一位咧係阿峰，好唔好啊？兩位咧都係中二嘅同學嚟嘅，不如咧我簡單咧訪問下佢哋好唔好啊？咁阿軒先啦，係咪？阿軒，阿軒你有啲緊張喎，係咪啊？我都唔緊張，你唔使緊張啦。
我講得好好嘅，你唔好緊張啊。
係啊，好好啊。
真係。
阿軒咧，你簡單講下你想做社工。其實我都係社工出身啦，點解咁多嘢唔做社工呢？
點解？因為我喺即係入嚟嗰陣時，我遇咗啲困難啦，跟住我就去諗咯喎，我就去見下社工啦。我見完幾次社工呢，我會諗明好多道理喎，而計心智啦，我自己心智又會變得成熟咗好多咯。
係啊，所以我哋唔係淨係想我啲學生淨係見到老師同埋社工嘅，所以希望佢哋咧好似今日咁嚟到呢度咧，見識多啲唔同嘅朋友，佢嘅視野咧又可以廣闊啲。咁當然咧，做社工都係一個非常之有意義嘅工作啊！好啊，俾啲掌聲多謝阿軒好嘛 ？Thank you。好啦，阿峰，阿峰就好謙虛啦，佢話自己食即食麵。邊度食即食麵可以咁高㗎？嚇，唔可能嘅，所以嚇咁當然啦，唔係嘅，佢都有佢過往嘅經歷同埋困難。我哋幽默啲咧都可以抗疫嘅。阿峰而家咧就好積極啦。原本咧阿峰都想做社工嘅，不過咧見過阿 Sandy 之後咧 ，Sandy 咧又幫佢擴闊咗視野。其實你讀書咁叻都唔一定做社工啊，可以做下心理學家啦、心理醫生。而家你有咩新嘅睇法？
我覺得自己係。即係可以再望遠少少，就即係其實本身想做社工係想幫助即係更加多嘅人啦。咁但係其實有好多工都係可以，即係好多職業都係可以幫到更加多嘅人咯。即係可能心理醫生啊，都其實係可以幫到唔同嘅即係一啲有需要嘅人士啊。
係啦。好，咁啊，無論點都好啦，幫人幫社會咧係最重要嘅。好啦，今次咧就好好啦，有獎學金啦嚇，咁啊多謝中華倫敦協會嘅慷慨支持啦。呢啲錢諗住點樣用？點樣幫你哋可以步近你嗰個理想咧？你講先啊，軒。
我會因為先講前提啦。我自己因為有一種病叫 ADHD 啦，即係頭先段片係。我會即係專注力不足，而我學習咧一般都好低嘅，成績都好差嘅。而我會去想攞呢一筆錢嚟去做呢個去報下啲補習班啊嗰啲咯，你去加強自己嗰啲文化水平咯。
針對自己嘅特徵，再做多啲訓練，係咪咁樣啊？非常之好。好啦，阿峰。
我會想即係攞筆錢去即係去外國交流啦。咁因為我即係由細到大都冇出過國嘅，所以都想即係擴闊下自己嘅視野啊，即係冇好似一個井底之蛙咁咯。
OK， 好多啲去外國，去下外國，去邊度好啊？喂，去遠啲喎。
去遠啲美國啊、英國嗰啲啊。
美國、歐美咁啊，我哋先多謝中華倫敦協會啦，好嘛 ？OK，
繼續努力，多謝咁多位支持。
俾啲掌聲，多謝佢哋 ，thank you。
唔該晒陳志偉老師。
唔好係。
今日我哋好榮幸邀請到沙田民政事務助理專員曾嘉怡女士為我哋頒獎，同埋有請天主教慈幼會伍小梅中學李建文校長同劉善婷女士一齊為我哋頒發獎項俾各位嘅得獎者㗎。有請其他得獎嘅同學。咁夢想成真 My Dream 先導計劃咧，喺天主教慈幼會伍少梅中學就推行得相當成功啦。咁我哋咧非常感謝顧問方俊文先生 MH 以及贊助人盧佩儀女士，令我哋可以再下一城，將呢個計劃推廣至整個沙田區㗎。咁令沙田區咧成為咗18區之中第一個推廣 My Dream 先導計劃嘅地區。喺我哋邀請沙田區各學校嘅代表上嚟之前呢，我哋先欣賞一下以下呢段方俊文先生嘅短片啦。
大家好，我係今屆沙田節主席方俊文，好高興誠意邀請到在座學校參與由中華倫敦協會主辦嘅追夢成真 My Dream 先導計劃，同時好榮幸我哋喺沙田區成為全港嘅18區首站，希望呢個計劃喺全香港可以一直延續落去。大家有冇自己嘅夢想？而夢想又實現咗未？我年輕嘅時期已經為自己訂立咗唔同嘅目標，希望長大咗之後能夠成為一位出色嘅企業家，有能力幫助有需要嘅人，從而回饋社會。我相信只要有住清晰嘅目標同埋方向，憑住不斷嘅努力同埋嘗試，最終目標一定可以成功。因此，我哋希望可以透過追夢成真 My Dream 先導計劃，鼓勵青少年盡早思考未來，為自己嘅人生訂立目標，同時展望將來，最終能夠為社會不同嘅方面帶嚟不同嘅貢獻。我相信只要有理想、有清晰嘅目標，努力不懈，無論喺唔同嘅崗位上，都一定有一番成就，從而可以回饋社會。今日非常之感謝中華倫敦協會主席劉善婷女士提供呢個機會俾各學校一同參與一個咁有意義嘅活動，同時亦都非常之感謝沙田民政事務助理專員曾嘉怡女士嘅大力支持。本人希望各位同學能夠積極參與，最後祝大家追夢成真。
再次感謝方俊文先生。跟住落嚟，有請我哋嘅主席劉善婷女士以及曾嘉怡女士為我哋頒發感謝狀俾盧佩儀女士，以感謝佢對 My Dream 先導計劃嘅贊助同埋支持㗎。同時，我哋有請計劃嘅另一位顧問李成澤博士，有請盧女士同埋李博士上前接受感謝狀。請4位合照一張。跟住落嚟有請李博士同我哋分享幾句嘅。
係啦，咁啊各位同學仔今日好高興啊！其實我一路聽咧，我聽咗一日㗎啦，由朝到依家。咁我覺得吸收咗好多。咁其實從小就開始追夢，咁頭先咧就好多謝方俊文先生，因為佢係一個服務社群、熱心公益嘅一個大善人，加上佢太太真係匹配到不得了。咁對今次咧呢個願望成真咧係先導計劃咧夢想成真先導計劃咧係非常落力嘅，係啦。 咁啊，其實夢想成真其實真係改過好多次嘅，因為我覺得我哋追夢未必追到嘅。咁今日咧，其實中華倫敦協會咧係想將你哋嘅願望成真，即係你嘅心願成真，但係要記得正向正念，無負初心，呢個係第一。第二樣嘢就係，如果你真係身懷絕技、高瞻遠矚嘅話，記得要報效翻曾經同你一齊行嘅人，用唔同嘅方式去服務社會。多謝。
感謝李博士㗎。而家咧有請以下學校嘅代表上嚟一齊影張大合照留念。活動咧亦都接近尾聲啦。喺完結之前，有請 Chair Lady 劉善婷女士為我哋致辭嘅。
Just a final word to round up. As we approach the end of this Enriching Education Summit, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, and participants for their invaluable contributions in today's summit. Your expertise and passion have made this event truly remarkable. Lastly, on behalf of London Ball Foundation, I would like to thank once again our venue partners, CUHK, sponsors, co-founders, committee and subcommittee, supporting organization, the event staff, and all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this Education Summit 2024 a resounding success. With this, we bring the Education Summit 2024 to a close. We hope that the discussions and connections made today will inspire innovation solutions and collaborations in the years to come. Let's continue working together to shape the future of education and betterment of Hong Kong. Thank you all. Thank you.